Okay, so welcome to all the committee members and to others that are logged on. I am Eric McMullen, Senior Building Coach Specialist with the division, and I will be your moderator, facilitator, cat herder, whatever you want to call me for these next few meetings. Normally we would have Structural Chief Tony Rocco up here in this seat, but Tony's out for a little while, so you get me. Lucky you. So just to get started, first, thank you for all of you committee members that have committed to the process. I've sat on many of these committees in the past, and I know what that looks like and feels like in the time commitment, and it's great. It's great to see you all that are involved. To get going here, if you look at our agenda, there's introduction to the code adoption and some code adoption process, just some information, just some stuff I'm going to go over a little bit on rules of the committee and just not really rules. As most of you probably know, this committee is a volunteer advisory committee selected by the board. And so this committee is not bound by a lot of the same rules of order and formalities that the board would be. And so we'll go over some of that and then open it up for any questions before we dive in. So to start with, just some general information in the roles of the committee. I talked about that already. You're going to see proposals from the public. You'll see some throughout this process from BCD, and then just want to let you know that because this isn't a formal process, there's always an opportunity for proposals to be introduced at any time at the pleasure of the committee. The committee will get to decide if they want to introduce or accept new proposals. As you get farther into the process, it gets a little more difficult, but it'll be up to the committee. And as you're probably aware, how this works is you're gonna review the code and make advisory decisions or recommendations, and then in order for those recommendations to become codified, then they will have to go to the advisory board and the administrator. You're probably familiar with the fact that this process takes two to tango. The advisory board has to agree, and then the administrator also. So that'll be our role. Chapter 1, just a reminder, is administrative in nature, and while the committee and or the board could certainly make recommendations for changes there, that's typically not reviewed at this level. As far as the principles of code adoption, the division put together a little handout. I don't know, Laura, was that provided to the committee members? Principles. Okay, there's a little document that we put together that just talks about the kind of the intent and the philosophy behind the code adoption. And so I was just going to go over that a little bit with you. It just involves things like taking the long view, coordinated approach, focusing on performance and choice, evidence-based, independent verification, and consistency across the state. Those are kind of the headlines. And what that looks like is just talking about the long view is just reiterating that the code process it's not a quick process. It starts, at the national level, and then when we look at it here in the division with the advisory boards and committees, it takes a while to ferret things out. And so the board or the division is typically looking at the more longer term effects and versus just a moment in time. We obviously have a coordinated approach. Most of you are probably very familiar with that, in that we have the division, we have advisory boards, we have committees. Those advisory boards are full of stakeholders and contractors and labor and builders, and that's all a huge part of getting to where we need to get. One of the other things that we focus on is performance and choice, and what that means is not creating a narrow path, or specifically and especially not creating paths within the code that are an industry or a product specific. That's always a point of focus also. And then just trying to make evidence-based procedures and having those independently verified. We have the University of Oregon We submit our commercial and residential codes for review, for accuracy, for alignment with federal standards. And as we try to make data-driven decisions, and then consistency, of course. The 1973 or 74 statewide model was all based on consistency, and we're still one of only 2 states in the nation that mandate a statewide mini-maxi code. There are a lot of states that have minimum codes that allow flexibility that we don't allow in Oregon for changing the minimum statewide code that we're adopting. So that's another big piece of this, is that statewide consistency for predictability. So that's that code adoption process, review, overview. Some of the things that we'll talk about in terms of the committee is for committee members voting, how you want it. It would be preferable to have a vote on subjects. How the committee chooses to vote will be up to the committee in terms of, you want to vote on a proposal by proposal, you want to vote on chapter by chapter. It's just not formal. But we probably should have or the committee should have, a formal recommendation to the board in terms of a vote. So the committee can kind of decide how you want to do that. Testimony times is another issue that the committee can decide on. Usually it's 3 or 5 minutes, and it kind of just depends on the subject. If we've got 2 people, typically if there are 2 people who want to talk on a subject, then maybe 5 minutes is reasonable. If there are 20, maybe not 5 minutes, but that will be at the discretion of the committee as well as we go along. Future meeting dates. At this point right now, we have, Laura has sent you out some meeting dates. We're looking at, the next meeting would be the 3rd for the code review committee. And the only way we're going to actually have that meeting is if we have energy carryover. If we don't get stuff through all the energy proposals and stuff today, then we'll pick that up next week. Otherwise, the rest of the code, we're not quite ready to continue on. So right now, we'll just see how today goes for that November 3rd meeting. And fiscal, reminder on fiscal, that this committee has we asked that we discuss fiscal. Ian, did you want to talk in a little more detail?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. Ian Paik, analyst with the division. I'm just a policy analyst here to help, and you'll see me popping in every now and then just to clarify some things regarding fiscal impacts, both at the state and local level, and also whether there will be industry or small business specific impacts. So you'll hear me interrupting and asking about that every now and then. Thanks, Eric.
All right, thanks, Ian. And we definitely ask that he interrupt, because it's one of the things that in these processes that often gets forgotten. The committee will debate something and then forget to add the money thing at the end. And basically what we're looking for is, if there are some good hard numbers, that's preferable if we can, but we at least need to at a minimum have whether there's going to be a cost increase or savings to that, to the proposals or to the changes. So Laura, do you want to discuss stocks and other details?
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Laura Burns, and I work for the division. Can you hear me really well? We can hear ourselves in the meeting, so it's kind of double. Let's see. So I just sent a URL through the chat, and that is the committee webpage. So the private committee page, it's not really private, but it's for the committee. And you can find the agenda and the energy matrix that I just posted, as well as the energy proposal summaries that I think I spelled that improperly. We'll see. So whenever you go through, everything will be posted on this page that you need to use for the review. And when you go to chapter 11 on that page, oh, Okay. How about now? Good. Okay. So sorry, everyone. Let's see. So on the chapter 11 that you have posted online on that page, it tells you the key for the added language for the BCD proposal. And so it's blue and underlined for the added language and strike through in red for the deleted language. That's our norm throughout all of our code adoptions. So, and then of course, the light blue is the editorial change. So it's like section reference changes or anything that's really editorial that doesn't change the intent of the code. So I think that's it. And you can ask me any questions. You can email me. I can help you if you can't connect properly or you can't find something on the web. Just let me know. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Laura. Again, she'll be your funnel point for questions or things that come up along the way with regard to docs or proposals or things of that nature. She keeps us afloat and puts all this together to make it happen. So felt like there was something else. Okay, and so it looks like everybody is here on the committee. We have Rex Turner and Jonathan Balkema in the room, for those of you that don't see them up on the screen. And the chat we're not necessarily monitoring, so you can't assume. Raise your hand if you have a question. Laura, I don't have the chat open here in the room, but Laura probably does, and she might catch it. So for those, just probably better just to raise the hand and speak. And, you know, as far as that goes for, you know, the committee will determine when we're on a subject. If folks want to testify, just hit your raised hand if you're online out there. So, okay, so I think that is the beginning stuff that intro stuff that we hopefully won't have to go over again. Any comments, questions from committee members before we dive in? Rex in the room here.
Thank you, Eric. I have I guess a process question. Earlier in the year, there was a new rule passed that gave some very specific criteria in what constitutes a complete proposal. So there was a list of items that had to be fulfilled for cost analysis and energy savings. Yet a lot of these proposals don't seem to have provided that, at least for that standard. So I guess I'd just like the division's take, maybe it's your policy analyst that wants to answer that, as to should these things even go forward without meeting that criteria? And just where's the division stand on that?
Thank you. For the division, Mark Heiser, energy analyst, what we do is that we have provided a summary sheet for everyone. A proposal can be presented, it's my understanding, at any time to any meeting. So this could come back at any point. So what we have done is, if they came in, we have provided an analysis sheet to see whether or not it was either applicable. I'll get into this a little later, whether it met all those requirements of the new adoption rules. So that's here for your consideration. It's my understanding we can't just say absolutely no, because it's been put in, because it could still be presented at any time. So it is here for your consideration and review, but we do note whether or not it met those basic requirements. The new OAR 918-008-0250 is the number. So, yeah.
So that criteria needs to be met by the division's proposed Chapter 11 revisions as well, correct? You to see cost impacts of that.
We do have cost data that we're going to be presenting today with this, but also we are pretty much having a standard starting point on all of the of the baseline code. And yes, when we go through those, we can discuss costs here, and then there's a final cost, of course, that gets developed and is done at the board level.
Thank you, Mark.
And it looks like Adelaide has her hand up, and then we'll go to Adelaide for your question, but then I realized that we didn't do introductions, so it kind of blew by that. So Adelaide, do you have a question? And then we'll do introductions.
No, just more of a comment. I have my camera off because of the internet connectivity with Eastern Oregon. Another thing, I'm on a different time zone. We're the only county in Oregon in a different time zone. So you may see me move to mobile at the end because this meeting isn't scheduled to get done till after I'm off work. And so I have a basketball game, so I'll transfer to a mobile device. Well, I don't. I'd hurt if I played again, but just wanted to let people know if they don't see me, it's not because I want my camera off. It's just it's really important to me to hear all of the meetings, and it just makes our internet clearer without the video part of it. So and then I am thankful that you guys let me be part of this. I'm looking forward to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to, since you were up there, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure.
Introductions. I'm sorry, I forgot that part.
Oh, that's okay. I can turn my camera on here for a second. I just don't want to lose you guys. My name is Adelaide Sheffield. I am the building official for Malheur County. I love being involved in code development and have been since I graduated from Chemeketa over 20 years ago. And God, that makes me feel old now with all the gray hair. And so I just look forward to providing an Eastern Oregon perspective to the code committee or our group. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Adelaide. Yeah, it's this remote option is nice to pull some folks in that wouldn't normally be able to attend because of distance. Just go across the screen there. It looks like as far as the screen I'm looking at, Natalie is next up there.
Hi, I'm Natalie Didion, City of Portland. I am one of the plan review supervisors for Life Safety Plan Review. Very excited to be a part of this for the first time. Like Adelaide was saying, I was getting a message about unstable internet. I would like to keep my camera on, but we'll see how it goes. It's a little disconcerting being in the city, but anyways, I had a few questions also, but I'll save that until after introductions, but happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. Thanks, Natalie. Next up, Elizabeth, looks like you're next up on the screen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Punga, and I'm the Deputy Building Codes Administrator with Clackamas County. I joined or was lucky enough to be on the structural code change review committee last fall, and I really enjoyed it. So I decided to put my hat in the ring for this one as well. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy for the option of the remote. It does save some time, but I might show up one of these days. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And Carrie.
Good morning. Carrie Blackburn with Deschutes County Building Department. I'm a plans examiner and also first time on a code committee, and just really looking forward to it, learning about the process and learning from each of you.
Thanks, Carrie. The Central Oregon, not Eastern Oregon, right, Adelaide?
Yep.
Connection. Okay, it's important. Next up, let's see on my list. Sorry, I don't want to miss anybody here. Like Kevin Rose, looks like.
Yeah, hey there. This is Kevin Rose from the Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance, or NEEA for short. I'm their lead code and standards engineer. This is my first time, first code cycle being involved in Oregon code development. So like those have said, happy to be engaged and excited to get started. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Kevin. And the other Kevin Duell.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Good morning. Yeah, Kevin Duell with Northwest Natural. I'm a lead consulting engineer there and focused on codes in particular, but among other things. And just like Elizabeth, I served on a code board or review committee last year on the mechanical code and thought, yeah, this would be fun. I got to say, I really enjoy Oregon's code process. I've been involved in the Washington code process as well, both for a couple of years, and this is a breath of fresh air to me, so I'm really looking forward to this.
All right, thanks, Kevin. And let's see on my list here, Jamin.
So yeah, my name is Jamin Baird. I'm currently the general manager for Highline Homes, covering the Western Oregon and Northern California portion of the company. This is my first time getting involved in the code process, but I have followed it in the past couple of cycles. So I'm happy to take part and try and contribute. So I've got 23 years in residential construction, starting with as a framer and working my way up to general manager. So happy to be here.
Great, thanks, Jamin. That looks like 5 out of the 9 are first timers, which is great. And then I think that's everybody on, and then we have in the room. So Rex, you want to go?
Yeah, Rex Turner, representing Oregon Home Builders Association, also a prior BCD employee under various capacities there. So I've been in this room many times, but not quite in this position. So this is a different twist and fun, and happy to be here. I'll be representing the interests of Oregon home builders, and particularly keeping housing as affordable as we possibly can. So we really want to keep an eye on the cost impacts of these proposals. Thank you.
Thanks, Rex, and welcome back. Good to see you. And I believe last is Jonathan in the room also.
I'm Jonathan Balkema, building official for the city of Albany. This is my 3rd, 4th code committee.
All right, thank you. Maybe a little closer. All right, so I think that's, did I miss anybody on the committee? Is that everybody out there? Somebody raise your hand if I missed you. Committee members? Okay. And as for your patience with me, it's been a while. I've sat on boards and committees, but not led one in many moons. So with Tony's absence, you get me. And so I'm going to miss some things, I guaranteed. So don't feel bad or be shy about chiming in. I know the staff here is super helpful as well. So anything else before we get going? I think there was a couple of questions, possibly. Natalie, did you have something?
Yeah, thanks for remembering. I was curious about the hybrid situation. So we have 2 members that are in the room. It's hard to see into the room from my computer. So, you know, Rex and Jonathan have their own mics just to speak up. I'm just trying to understand. So it's like easy to have a conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, so you're asking yes, they have their own mics. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah. So are they like right there with you out there?
Yes, they're where
Okay. Hi. Great. Thank you.
In there, they're over here. We give Rex a mic too, but
okay. And then I also just wanted to verify the chapter 11 draft was sent like 2 weeks ago, and I had looked through it. Has it changed at all? I know think we keep getting sent, you know, new links and everything, but is that draft, has it been set since we first saw it?
No significant changes to it. I think there was one editorial fix that was done it was on a reference. It was in that change. So items that we would be fixing anyway from a division standpoint. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the committee? I just remembered one other thing that I negated to one of the other discussions the committee may want to have. This will be at your discretion also, is if you wanted to select a chair and have somebody from within the committee do more of the facilitating. I'm happy to do that and kind of herd things through, but that's another one it's not codified anywhere, but if the committee chose a chair, and that's up to the committee. So I'll leave that to committee discussion.
This is Rex. My experience, I think at this level, it's not a formal committee. I think it's very appropriate for the division to sort of lead us through it. I know in this matrix that you just put out, you sort of group some things where they make maybe more sense than the original list of proposals. So I'd be fine with the division leading the discussion.
I'd share those same sentiment. I don't think we need to actually have a chair.
Okay, so Rex and Jonathan are good with everybody else all right?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Sounds
agree.
good.
Okay, all right, thank you. We'll get that out of the way. So unless there's any other questions or any other business, we'll try to we'll work some breaks in here as you need it. Holler if you need something. This meeting is scheduled to go to 4 today. Again, don't feel like you have to burn through all of the energy stuff today because next week is reserved for energy or not meeting. So you could finish it up. It's up to the committee on how you want to do that. But starting off, if there's nothing else, oh, wait, is that a question? No. All right, I got to watch the screen here too. I apologize if I missed something.
Sorry, Eric, I was figuring out, I gave a thumbs up to you guys leading it, making less work for us. And then I have all these other little emoji things on here I didn't know worked. So sorry, it's a learning curve on the little smiley faces of Zoom.
It just becomes apparent very quickly who the problem child on the committee is going to be.
Sorry, Eric. You know me, I call from the Twilight Zone.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over. So today is going to be energy, and that's Mark Heiser's show. And Kelly is also, you're up there, right? Where's Kelly? I'm up there, but Kelly Thomas with the division is also available. But we're going to turn it over, and Mark's going to present some information to you and some background, and then walk you through the proposals. So I'm going to be a fly on the wall for a lot of the rest of this. So to Mark.
Thank you, Eric. Again, for the record, Mark Heiser with Building Codes Division. Sorry to have to throw everybody into Chapter 11 first, but it's the way we can make this work out, and it's the one that we have the most public proposals on. And what we have, and it's a little different than our normal process in that we have a couple of executive orders sitting out there that have set really a target for us to meet with improvements this code cycle. We have a little presentation we'd like to do to sort of give you background on this and sort of why you're seeing sort of Chapter 11 the way it is before you today. So we're trying to get, yes. And we're going to start out boring you with the PowerPoint presentation. Not that, everybody. You thought you'd get away from that. So we're going to go through what is in front of you for Chapter 11 for the 2023 ORSC. We'll go to the next slide and sort of give some background on this. A lot of this has to do with meeting equivalent performance of the Executive Order 17-20, which set meeting the minimum energy equivalency of what is a federal program, USDOE program called the Zero Energy Ready Home Program. It's sort of the next step above an Energy Star home. And it also, we're going to go over the latest adoption rules. We have a little memo in the package, and we'll sort of go through those notes before we get into things. Then we're going to look at really what's come out as the Chapter 11, we'll call it the baseline code. We'll be highlighting the substantive changes that the division is putting forward. And then also go through the documents for public code change proposals. So with that, we'll go to next slide. So talking about the executive orders, there's one Executive Order 17-20. And that set that by October 1st, 2023, that we met that Zero Energy Ready Home Program equivalency. So what we've done with that was we have an October 23 deadline. When that executive order came out, we worked with the with the Oregon Department of Energy, and also working directly with the US Department of Energy Zero Energy Ready Home Program people and their administrators to sort of develop what that target baseline, what does their program really mean? What is the equivalency if you were building a home here in Oregon to the ZERH program? There was a lot of work done in 2020 and 2021, and even some in 2019. And to come up with where is that, what's that minimum level we have to hit? And we'll go in that in a little bit more detail, but for the next slide, please. We also had a more recent executive order that was sort of a directive for continuous progress of our energy codes through really the year 2030. What it wanted to have happen was a 60% reduction in the regulated loads relative to our code that was the 2005 Oregon Residential Specialty Code, sort of cutting out 60% of what was, the 100% was back in 2005. We need to be down at 40% when we hit 2030. Again, that starting point was a pretty good code here in Oregon, and to explain what they meant by regulated loads. Those are the things that are regulated under the code: the air conditioning, the water heating, the heating systems, the lighting, and, you know, of course, the building envelope. Those are the things that we set in the code. The unregulated loads are things really just living in the home. It's your cooking, it's clothes washing, dishwashing, running your computers, your Game Boys, welder in your shop, whatever. Next slide. So when we were going through the process of determining what that ZERH target was, we've been having, there are other organizations such as NEEA who've been sort of tracking our progress toward that goal. This report in front of you, it sort of shows that slope. And if you'll notice on the screen, it was showing, you know, really we've been on that path. We have a little aberration in 2021, but on the left side, the green bar is really with the 100% where we were in 2005. And the 2030 target is on the far right. And when we went through development of what is that zero energy ready home target, it fit perfectly on the line under this study. We did a lot of work trying to come up with making sure that everyone, you know, looked at codes the same way or in a relatively close fashion. Next slide. So the division has done some of our own modeling on this. Of course, we keep track of it. We also at times will work with the University of Oregon to do supplemental modeling to cross-check what we do. But if you look at an overlay of this, we use a different program, but we're still on the same trend. We have done, can you hit enter again? We've done our sort of slope toward the 40%. We have modeled both the ZERH and the 2023 code to see that they were equivalent. We'll get into that a little bit more. Of course, lines that are shown for the 2026 code and the 2029 code, you know, that's in the future. They may do better or worse. We're not, but inevitably, we've been on a good track to, I guess, really since 2005 and for our 8 and 11 and 14, which we haven't been modeled separately, but we've sort of been on this continual improvement that was set out under Executive Order 2004. Next slide, please. So what we did, one important thing was to see where we were in the ZERH and equivalency. We've done a lot of outreach working with ODO. Back when the executive order first came out, we worked on getting a, you know, we have to know where we started. A lot of work on seeing where we were in 2005. We looked at, you know, energy models of how you look at different construction types, because throughout the state we have different foundation types. We have 2 different climate zones that we deal with, looking at, you know, east of the Cascades, west of the Cascades, you know, Willamette Valley and coast, different fuels that are used throughout the state, and how to look at this both from a regional and national standpoint. What the division does for their models is we really start with the federal guidelines, their home size, what they do for federal energy modeling. When they look at our code and all the national codes, they sort of have a basic size of home and some basic guidelines there. So when we look at sort of order of importance, we start with the feds. We then look at other national laboratories. Some of our information comes from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, Lawrence Berkeley. And then when we're getting into some more items that normally aren't looked at the national level and some of the more regional influences. We looked at NEEA reports, what's done at the Regional Technical Forum, BPA items, local studies to really get, down to some of the nitty gritty on assumptions for an energy model that aren't normally looked at. And so when we went through that, we developed also, of course, the zero energy ready home, sort of a weighted average of what that would be. And then from that, we began our work looking at the 2023 code. Next slide, please. So we've developed tables and we've had these available showing sort of where our assumptions come from, what we're using for our inputs in our energy models, sort of whether it's from a Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, US DOE study. As you can see, we have links in these to sort of show where we were, how we arrived at both our analysis for the 2023 code and also looking backwards at other codes. One of the main pieces for this is really allowing others to cross-check work and other people to do it in their own fashion. It ties into, of course, and we'll go over this later, the new residential adoption rule, so that, the one issue about energy code is that it's getting it consistent. If someone says, yes, this saves energy or doesn't save energy, someone else can always look at any of these proposals and say, oh, yeah, I checked it. Yes, no, or whatever. So next slide, please. So all of this work, when you're doing energy models, it's not a simple task. Really a code is energy modeling is you take some inputs, a little pile of wood saying this is house A, you throw it through a wood chipper and it spits it out on the other side. It's a best estimate is what comes out of these based on assumptions that are put in. It looks at a perfect weather year, a perfect home size, a perfect shape, the perfect family with the perfect dog and cats and the kids getting straight A's. Same number of showers, hours of operation, which appliances are used when. So it's an ideal sort of home that gets each simulation for one set of assumptions, goes into the chipper, spits it out, and you've got this pile sitting there. Does it tell you what your home will really use for energy? No, but it is useful for doing comparisons. And assumptions can vary depending on the reading of the code, interpretation of applicable standards. Even the software can spit things out. One will give you you can put the same wood through the wood chipper. It'll give you a pile that's really finely done, or it can give you a really coarse pile. They went through the same simulation, but they may appear different when it comes out the other side. The division for looking at the current code, we did 64 energy models of the 2023 ORSC, looking at different climate zones, different foundations, also looked at differences between what we'll call duct, you'll hear this a lot, ducts inside versus ducts deeply buried in an attic. We did 32 models of the ZRH because that program doesn't have as many variations because they don't have, an additional measure sheet for it. So we did a few more. So as their prescriptive path is a little simpler. So total of 96 piles. We took the 32 zero energy ready home piles and sort of came up with a weighted average of zero energy ready homes. We did a set for the 64 ORSC piles and came up with really a comparison of the two, and we wound up meeting the executive order. One thing that's noted about this, we did do a little change from what was done when we originally started the work. We were just comparing to the zero energy ready homes worst case. We brought in an additional path looking, since we do still allow in Oregon, as you'll see in the code, allowing ducts in an attic, we thought it would be more equitable to do a little bit of looking at not just worst case zero energy ready home, but looking at some of them where they do also have ducts inside as well. So when go through all of this and spit it out, we came out with results that will show that we got to the zero energy ready home equivalent performance based upon sort of the agreements and assumptions we developed when Executive Order 1720 first came out. Next slide, you're gonna have to hit a couple of times. Is that we use RemRate software for ours simply because it helps in that we're using the same software that the Zero Energy Ready Home program requires you to give results from. And if you plug in a 2023 Oregon Residential Specialty Home Code home, we're finding that, and you ask it for a Department of Energy Zero Energy Ready Home printout, it will give you a passing. So it's not just, we didn't just compare models to models. Software that ZERH asks you to use will say these homes will pass. So it's sort of an extra added bonus on that. And this says draft because we don't have a license to give it an official report that's for a homeowner because we've got a different software license. But just one other note on this is that these reports that come out of RemRate are going to be tied to both Energy Star and Zero Energy Ready Home program. There are going to be, understanding, some federal tax credits of $2,500 and $5,000 if you're going through those programs. So using the ORSC will help you get to those incentives that are going to be coming out. Next slide, please. And just to show that it's not making it up, we throw the 2017 code home in there and it says, hard to read, but it says this building does not meet Zero Energy Ready Home for the following reasons. So if your energy, if the construction doesn't meet ZRH, it's not going to give you a passing report. All right, next slide, please. So for the updates, we have developed and spent a lot of time developing the 2011, or excuse me, the 2023 Chapter 11. Best way to consider this is it's just like looking at a new model code. You're going to see the 2021 code, the quote model code provisions, that sort of minimum that we're going to need to meet the executive order requirements and ZERH equivalency. And then, of course, we also have public proposals that are in as well, but the notations that you'll find in your file, excuse me, you'll see red strike out, blue add additions. And we can have additional proposals that are coming before you, but we're having a follow-up meeting, of course. So again, apologies that we're starting with one of the more difficult chapters, but hopefully we can get all this out of the way in 2 meetings and get you on to more of the meat of the code. Next slide, please. So wanted to run through some of the significant changes. One of the first ones that you'll see in the markup that's a significant one is the deletion of additional measure 7. This was sort of an unintended consequence during the last adoption process, and we're trying to correct that. It really was something that all homes were already meeting, and it created a backwards movement slightly in the 2021 code. And we're, when people are already doing all of it, it's something that you take out. So this is an important part of getting us to the Zero Energy Ready Home. Next slide, please. From the 2021 code, there was a really big step forward, and that was that move toward moving ducts inside. I know, apologies to all of our building officials here. The language is not fun. We're doing some work to make it a little clearer for everyone, but it's one of the biggest moves we can have currently. And that's why we were making that more a first step, have to have it in the code. All homes are getting there. Many, including some of the more affordable homes that are like your zonal electric homes that have a ductless heat pump in them, they're already meeting the ducts inside requirement. One thing I wanted to note about this is that one of the changes is clarifying that, yes, the fan unit does need to finally move inside the envelope. There was some not quite clear, and sort of we're making it clear in this next step that, yes, the fan unit does come inside. You can, but we're maintaining the flexibility to have deeply buried ducts in the attic or the crawl space. And for those that aren't making that big step yet or found other ways to do this, but in order to really make this work and achieve the zero energy ready, we determined that if you're going to go with the ducts outside the thermal envelope, you need to do a second measure. That's one area. So picking from it, there's some proposals here that, you know, it can be done for an average of about $950, but that's if you want to keep the ducts outside and buried in the attic. And of course, there are savings that come with bringing inside. Of course, there's a lot of extra insulation work. There's a lot of work that goes on trying to make ducts outside work. So you still have that flexible option, but you'll need to do a little bit more for your home to do that. We went with the ZERH language, the zero energy ready home language, for that limited allowance of ducts that can remain outside the home. Our 2021 language was a % of duct, which just was really hard to come up with a number of what you could really enforce. The zero energy ready home program says 10 feet can be outside because, you know, homes can be tricky. There can be just, you can have all of the duct inside, but there's one corner of the house where you may have to go outside. So that's a clearer statement of what's allowed for ducts outside the home. Next. One point about, and just to recognize something that happened in the 2021 code, and we're seeing that getting a little more data to help us see how well that worked. For many, many, many years, we had allowed just the use of tape for sealing ductwork. And we had a lot of exceptions for parts of different fittings and joints that didn't have to be sealed. In 2021, we required that mastic was used on all joints and on the seam, so there are no missed portions anymore. This had been an additional part of an additional measure in the 2017 code. And what we wanted to say was just thanks to everybody and for that adoption last go around. We have some databases that we've been able to look at, and the Energy Trust of Oregon was able to share some documents with us on their big database of homes built in the last 5 program years of results that we could get from theirs. And they pretty much have to do the same method of using mastic for sealing. Out of 11,000 homes, they averaged 10% better than what's required under the Energy Star program. So really they're getting there. Once you move to this program, you know, duct leakage is really cutting down to well under what they call 3 CFM per 100 feet of duct. It's at 25 pascals. And we converted their numbers to what's done for code pressure drops. And we found that, you know, the ones that are really leaky of all of 11,000 tests, about 29 homes were actually leaky. So it's really showing that moving to this, you know, can, with good inspection, you know, and looking at the homes, you can probably make sure that we have good air sealing. But as people move in our ducts inside, we don't have to worry as much about leakage to the outside of the home. So next slide, please. One of the significant changes, and this started in the last code cycle for the 2021 ORSC, was we expanded some requirements in the prescriptive path for home air sealing. We brought in something as mandatory, which was sealing of the top plate where your wallboard hits the top plate. Good tests show that did some improvement. But what is significant for the change in this code cycle under the baseline is that in 2021, the home builders asked for a potential blower door path of being instead of going through the full checklist and looking at that, So looking at that same database, that was from Energy Trust of Oregon. So for homes that have tested, 17,000 homes in the last 5 years of program homes, we looked at the numbers for them and they were averaging 3.07 air changes. So what we're looking at is for an additional measure. So if you're going to do this as an additional measure, which is sort of what these program homes do, the blower door test result for a prescriptive home is at 3.25 ACH 50 if you're going to do testing. And then if it's in an additional measure, it's a little lower. But of the homes in the last few years, it's a shout out to the industry. They're getting better at sealing and better at sealing the homes. In the past 2 years of programs, about 6,000 homes are averaging under 3 now. We still don't have it as a base requirement to test homes. It is in the model code for our area to do it at 3 ACH 50 test results, but most states have actually take that out and adopt either 4 air changes or higher. Washington is going to go lower, but their current code is at 5 air changes per hour. But as we go along, better training for building inspectors and for builders, I think we're going to see that continue to drop as people learn to seal their homes better. Next slide, please. This next one is a requirement for smart thermostats. This comes out of a recommendation as from a report we showed earlier. It said, what are we going to need to do between now and 2050? We spent a lot of time looking what was on that list and what gave the best bang for the buck. So smart thermostats were on there. What was that? So we looked at it and found a lot of studies. There's actually a study from 2021 from NEEA and others that, pretty much every study was showing 4% or more energy savings of total home energy use. Now, some of these were retrofits. So what we looked at was not assigning 4% whole home energy use, but it is good. We took a conservative estimate of 4% of the heating and cooling load was assumed to come from this. Trying to come up with something to say what was required and what would provide those savings. Some of the important pieces were, number one, that had some form of occupancy sensing. And a way to say it was a smart thermostat, the US DOE's, it's not DOE, but there's a federal Energy Star program that actually labels smart thermostats. So we said, make it smart, make it one of the Energy Star stats that has occupancy sensing or outside sensing. The one thing that this doesn't require is having an internet connection. These will still do savings without having to, for those of us who are in remote areas. Yes, I have a question.
Yes, have some other comments later, but just for clarification, is the intent of this would be for HVAC replacements and everything? We would need to do that because the way it's worded, it's not explicitly for new construction like we've done in the past.
We can, when we get to that, we can see about maybe making it clear that it is for new construction, that this is because we'll never know. Nobody pulls a permit to change thermostats. Yeah.
That's more meaning we would have to go verify that at change in furnace.
So this is intended for new homes. The premium that we've been seeing is probably somewhere in the range of $100 over the programmable thermostats that are, going in the common homes today. Those are running about 50. You can get these for around 150 to a little bit more than that, but the payback is pretty good on that for the amount of savings. And we found that was going to be also aligning with really what's coming down the pike. Oregon Department of Energy is now having electric water heaters in the state have to have, or they will as soon as the rules go. They had a small delay while they were waiting for this, but water heaters need to be able to talk and be able to set back when the grid needs to have a setback. Or some, depending on your utility, you can get additional bonuses. You can get like $25 a year for having one of these thermostats. And seeing from what just happened in California this summer when they were potentially having shutdowns of you know, they're going to have rolling blackouts, responding really helped them. They didn't have any when they thought they were going to have a lot. So we do have a few exceptions. We may have to look at that in a little more detail, but really smaller units, when a small electric systems heater, those aren't required to have, you know, the smart thermostat. This is intended for central furnace systems. And these smaller mini splits, when we were looking at, you know, really under the 2-ton size, that they wouldn't require that, but we do want to make sure the language is correct, and we'll discuss that maybe a little later. Next slide, please. Oh, this is just showing the the pieces that we brought. That some of our backing data for picking this was from those two reports there. Next slide. One thing that is coming in as well as a little modification to Solar Ready. This is we're going to move these discussions to the Chapter 3 discussions, because we're intending to bring in all the solar items into Chapter 3. I believe Section 324, Eric, is that correct? I think it's Section 324. But a little background on this: when we were under a requirement to bring into the ORSC a Solar Ready provisions. One thing that we weren't able to work out during the 2021 ORSC adoption was how to have a workable exception for people who don't have a solar resource. In other words, you're stuck in the middle of a bunch of Doug firs on all sides. You have a building block in your solar exposure. We didn't have an exception in the code at that point. During the REACH code adoption, a group of stakeholders spent a lot of time going through how to bring in the language from the model code that could be an enforceable method to say that the home doesn't have a solar resource and there's no point in putting in the raceways or identifying where your solar ready region is when it's shaded. So we are bringing in the 2021 REACH code language, which will now have an enforceable path for not having to put in the additional electrical cost of making the home solar ready. But plans that do have a solar resource, one thing is just when you're submitting your plan, you outline on the plans where your solar panels would go. And I have a hand here.
Could you give us some examples of what would be an example if it's not solar ready? Doesn't, you know, what kind of shading things would come into play there?
I don't have the language in front of me, and that we were going to go over that when we get to 3 on that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
But it will provide some savings for those who are, you know, there are a lot of locations where you might be in a valley or canyon even. So that's the extent of that change. Next slide, please. So again, we have 30, I believe it was 32 total public proposals were submitted. About 24 energy related. We have those available. There's some that are non-substantive, some that didn't affect actual energy work or energy savings. A few editorial fixes. I want to thank some of the people who put in those and provided assistance to the division. This is the first code cycle where we were under the new energy code adoption rules, and it was intended to not wind up with the same issue we had with that additional measure 7 under the last code cycle. As part of this, and there's a memo in your packet about from the division relative to the rules, but you're going to see an analysis sheet. And what we did was we looked through each of the code proposals. We noted the affected code sections, whether the rules, the new OARs were applicable and whether they were followed. We sort of give a summary description to help you on the committee go, this is really an editorial change, or this is clarifying this general description. And then we have an additional staff analysis, sort of checking to say, you know, again, all the time there may be a proposal that has a matching proposal or a conflicting proposal may have been submitted, or is the language, does the language work? Does it need a little work? Of course, we did try and reach out when there were certain issues where the language might, or a little massaging might make things work better. We did try to reach out to proponents beforehand, and so there are some updated proposals here in front of staff and the committee. Next slide. So again, based on work that started back in late 2017, early 2018, we have, what you have before you is sort of starting with the Chapter 11 that's going to meet the requirements of the executive order. We have proposals that are here for consideration in front of you as well. And of course, if really it looks like if we meet the ZERH target, this code cycle there will be continuing on meeting other executive orders and continuing to improve the residential provisions in alignment with Executive Order 2004. And with that, I can take some general questions and then we can finally get into the real thing of looking at proposals. So I see a question from Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. This is actually very inspiring. I'm really thank you to the division for doing this upfront work. It's a lot of work and I feel really prepared now. And I just wanted to clarify, what I hear you saying is if we all went home today, the code as proposed would meet the EO requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct, based on our set of models and really what had started with development from almost 5 years ago now. Yes.
Wow,
correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the intent, is to put that forward for everyone's consideration. Just sort of the starting point. That's the model code you'll be starting with and looking at and reviewing.
Excellent. Thank you.
Second hand. Oh, Natalie.
Thanks. That's great to hear. The comment I just wanted to verify in Chapter 11, in 1107, the solar ready piece was added, but that is now going to be moved to Chapter 3.
That is the current division intention, is that for the solar provisions, and there's also, we're doing some additional clarification on the structural and all the other pieces that go with that, is to put all of this in one location so that we're hoping that we can get the solar provisions, instead of saying, currently we're saying, go to the structural code to find out about the structural provisions. We want to bring in the a residential version in the book and not have to send you all over. And so the solar ready provisions as well, everything that has to do with solar, trying to get them in one section at one spot so you're not having to jump all over the book. Yes.
Okay, I think that makes sense. So thank you.
Thank you. And Adelaide?
Yes, I just want to remind everybody that we have a statewide code. Us over here on a different power grid. Our county is 10,000 square miles with 30,000 people. I can tell you from our elected officials in most of Eastern Oregon, these code changes, albeit their executive order, will all be waived with development that comes through. We build approximately 20 houses a year in Malheur County, and if they request to waive these requirements, I've heard from several other counties that they'll be doing so. I know it's a very political issue, and I understand. I worked with NEEA a lot. I was ICC's Energy Code Ambassador. We do testing in Idaho, but that's just not reality for Eastern Oregon, with where Oregon is going with the codes in the Valley. I know most of our elected officials have reached out to the new governor candidate, so we'll just have to see how this shakes out. But I just want to remind everybody that what works in Portland and Salem doesn't work for over here, and it is a statewide code. So that's just my Eastern Oregon comment that I'll probably throw out there often to remind you guys that we're different. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Rex?
Yeah, Rex Turner. So I think Kevin kind of addressed my first statement or question was, does the committee agree? Well, I guess where we need to go with this is probably a vote on whether the committee agrees that this is the baseline that we're going to start at before we look at the proposals. But before we get to that, and I think Kevin sort of confirmed this, BCD's position is that this does meet EO's 17-20 goal. And does it exceed it to any great extent? In other words, we didn't go reach for something that might add cost above the goal of the EO. I guess I'd like confirmation on that. And then is the division strongly feel that they have a defensible position that this meets the goal of the EO? And then finally, I didn't see anything about what the cost impact was on this, on the proposed Chapter 11.
Oh. A lot of different pieces here. So we were directed to work with Oregon Department of Energy in consultation with our partners to come up with something that met the minimum equivalent performance of the U.S. Department of Energy Zero Energy Ready Home Program version 0.6. And based on the work that started back in 2017, we can say that, yes, we stand behind our models and the averaging, the weighting, there will always be, you put two modelers in a room, you'll get 4 answers. It's just a no. And that we've gone through, yes, we actually, again, we've done one minor change in that we actually, when we started this, the worst case home was the Zero Energy Ready home, and working with Sam Rashkin at US Department of Energy, the worst case home was the Zero Energy Ready home. The minimum was the Zero Energy Ready home with ducts in the attic, deeply buried. We have done we've gone through and even changed the weighting to make it more, actually set the target with some safety factor to have ZRH with some looking at not only the worst case, but some other homes as well. And really, it's just, don't take our word for it. It comes out of the REM rate, spits it out. It says you're Zero Energy Ready. That the program they use says it's.
Okay, thanks for the added commentary. I just wanted to make sure that was on the record, that it's been fully vetted on meeting the goal. Could you address the cost impact of your proposed Chapter 11?
It's our intent to go through those things as during the analysis, we look at each, just like the normal process, we would be looking at each one of the pieces in here and the general overall. Some homes, it's going to be as little as $200 or $300, depending on what current construction methodology is, but probably in the $1,200 to $1,500 range total. But for those who haven't brought ducts inside, those who aren't constructing who haven't changed their methods, they may see a slight increase. Those who are already building with ducts inside, very little cost to them.
Thank you.
Changes in improving construction methods. So, but we'll go through those costs when we get there.
So again, Rex Turner, Mark, would it make sense now to have the committee weigh in on whether we think this is the baseline to start from to look at the proposals?
I guess really this is at the pleasure of the committee, whether they'd like to go through the proposals and, sort of in a line, or whether would you like to go through? Yeah, it's at the pleasure of the committee. So I see one hand up.
I'd recommend that we go through the division's proposed thing reasonably line by line, just to, because I know I have some comments on a few of the areas.
I agree with that.
So do I.
I support that as well.
Laura, would you just like to bring up the the document then and just go through what is in the, are you just sort of requesting to go through the document itself and then just go through each of the lines on the document? Anything that's blue or red or just sort of what's in here?
That would be kind of my take and, or I guess, since we don't have a chair, I guess at your guys' pleasure. Also, I guess we as committee could just point to the sections that we want to talk about as we go through and not go through each minuscule change.
Yeah, that's entirely up to the committee. I mean, if there's things that you want to skip or that'll be up to the committee, but, and then Mark will kind of walk you through the proposals. Did you get, Rex, did that get to your question?
I'm not sure that it did. In terms of I know each of these public proposals will have a cost impact, and some of them address that, some of them didn't address it. But wouldn't it be up to the division's responsibility to give an overall cost impact on their first Chapter 11 proposed document? Or am I incorrect on that? Would the new rule require BCD to follow that same prescriptive method of determining costs as the public proposals do?
We have general costs on this because yes, when we get to each item, we were going to go through what that meant depending on, because we have a thing called additional measures and different paths, it creates it's a little more difficult to say the overall change, but yes, we have a general overall change that if you took into certain assumptions, this is the number that we would come up with for these. But we were also waiting to see, we always we can weigh in on each individual item, which has normally been our process, but not the overall because we're waiting to see whether you accept them or not first.
Right.
And this is Kevin, a question for Mark. Since the division has to meet the executive order goals, is the cost just really for information? That is to say, yes, it will cost more and so it shall, because we have to meet those demands of the law?
We have here in front of you just sort of, yes, it's sort of your baseline of what the division has been directed to from our boss's boss to put in front of you. And we have a general cost for that, but we wanted to break it out by the individual pieces, but we have a general overall on that we could say, yes.
And I think to that, the reality is, yes, the division has to meet that goal, but part of the reason why we exist and when the Energy Board looks at it, is this the right provision that actually achieves that goal and meets, a fair and equitable cost that's going to increase on construction. It's not just, hey, this meets it, so we're going to do it, and it costs, $200,000 to do it type thing.
And just to follow up on normal costs, that at committee level, you're sort of getting a general ballpark that you're sending. The final cost analysis is done at board level. So they're the ones who get that number, do that analysis. So that's really going to be coming out in the real cost work is done at board level. That'll be in what, January or the meeting date. So yeah, so that's when that will really come forward, is at that date. So it's the reason why we're doing a committee meeting is to get further feedback from the general public of here's our estimate, or here's proponent X's estimate of what the cost is. We have professionals and board members or committee members who we do give additional feedback and say yes, no, or the public is saying, I don't agree with that, or I do. And then the follow-up is actually at board level. Does that work, Rex?
I think we beat that horse to death.
Right. So if it sounds like the committee would just like to see what is in the quote baseline code and what's changed here, and we sort of a quick run through, and we can say where there are other proposals and pieces involved with this. And Laura, just want to bring up the screen and we'll sort of scroll down through and see a few things and maybe take about 15 minutes and then maybe do a break after that and then come back. I'm certain everybody else's coffee is finally hitting the spot. So starting in chapter 11, one thing that we're noting are some of the exceptions here. Again, one of the first ones, as you'll see here, is the exception under N1101.1, exception 4 about new buildings using exception 3, and that's for ducts inside. Excuse me, when you're putting ducts in an attic, putting it outside the envelope, you're having leakage to the outside, that air is lost, it's gone, you're never getting it back, that you do need to pick one additional measure from the additional measures table. That's one of the first items. We'll go down into the prescriptive envelope table here. One thing we are trying to clarify, and I know it's been a real pain for building officials about, Oregon came up with a specific exception for exterior doors with greater than 2.5 square feet glazing. We're different from every other state on this. I would prefer if we would just strike this line altogether, but we were trying to continue an Oregon specific exemption for that entry door that say has a decorative glass piece on it, but it's not a French door, you know, that's really you would call a piece of fenestration, sort of clarifying that. Just letting you know we're working on this. There's some proposals from one of the proponents on trying to work this out. This will be something we can discuss a little later. It's one of those nice little easy ones to get to, but you might be able to make a nice change to the code that we would prefer and something that's been buried in Oregon specific language for way too long. And getting some smiles from some people in there. Let's go down to the additional measures table. There's some adjustments on the efficiency of heat pumps to go to 15 SEER for cooling, and that is strictly because it actually aligns with the efficient. If you're getting a heat pump that has a HSPF of 10, you'll get a SEER of 15 on the unit. One thing that we are doing, and just a little quick note, one of the proposals coming in is to clarify that in January of next year, the federal government is changing how we designate the efficiency. Instead of HSPF, it's going to be called HSPF2, and the numbers are going to look different. They'll be lower. Not that we're changing the numbers. It's just that's going to be required, what manufacturers have to put on their equipment coming in 2023. What we're going to do in the book is have both the HSPF, i.e. the old way of designating a heat pump, and the new HSPF2 number. Like to think we reached out, there's NEEA has put in a proposal to put in the equivalent to what's on the table now. One other item that changed was under the heat pump water heaters in line 2. And we've had a request from the Heating and Refrigeration Institute actually to correct this. When this language was really written around heat pump water heaters, we didn't have a really good federal standard. They now have a thing called Uniform Energy Factor, UEF. And that is, we're aligning with federal standards on that. That number is a UEF of 3.45. And to clarify on this, that we'd originally thought about 3.5 to get ones that work better in colder climates and, you know, get that extra efficiency. Going to 3.45 gets us about, at least from the Energy Star list of appliances, there are over 100 water heaters that meet this. So there's a lot of available product in this level. Moving further down the menu, of course, is the deletion of the glazing area option, which just really, pretty much everybody's building at 12% or anyway. I know Mr. Strawn in the room would like to see a higher number of windows sold, but he's not getting it. Item 8 under air leakage. So when you are choosing this as an additional measure, it's going from 3 to 2.75 if you're going under this, because really the average of program homes in the past 2 years have been at 2.9. So if you're really going to shoot for an improvement in the code, this is just, it's really close to where people are who are in program areas are already going. We're clarifying one item about if you're putting in a heat recovery unit, that there's a minimum efficiency on the energy recovery unit. That's in alignment with what we have adopted for the REACH code. Most of the manufacturers get there. You have to have a really bad unit to, you know, almost all of them are getting to that, but there are a few in some standards that only get it at 1.2. Scrolling further down, this is one area where we're hoping to help our building officials on certain items. And we added in on alterations and repairs the following language: where it is technically impractical to comply with new construction requirements due to the existing site constraints, which may include but are not limited to the available cavity depth, matching existing features, et cetera. We've had, you know, where the following sentence, where to the maximum extent practical, has been really hard to interpret and enforce. Digging up a foundation is not, to put in slab edge insulation is not a practical solution. We're trying to help you with better language so that you can go, is it in there or not? I took the home down to studs. Yeah, that one's in there. I have available cavity, but if there isn't a cavity, if there's a cavity, you fill it to the greatest extent. It's kind of trying to align with the model code language in our commercial. Yes, I have a question from.
Hi, Jonathan Balkema. So I appreciate the intent, I really do, but I guess, especially being a code geek, I honestly think it actually adds more challenge to us, because especially as technology changes, technically impractical is going to differ around the state, because to achieve R21 is not impractical in 2x4 wall using isocyanine. So now all of a sudden it's, I'm city of Eugene, I'm city of Portland, and I'm requiring isocyanine because you have to meet the new construction standard instead of the minimum requirements of the code. So because it's kind of like we're saying, the way it's worded, it's kind of like,
We could work on the language.
Yeah.
Again, table N1101.2 may still be used. The intent is that if your wall can't handle normal standard practice, like using, and foam can potentially be a problem in some walls, that they can still look at table N1101.1 for N2, and that's R15 versus, yeah, you can do all sorts of things to make it to.
I know, and using, especially as being the author of this portion originally, that minimum component was just a carryover from N1104, and when we came up with this table based on the original trade-off modeling, so that's why that's worded that way. But you might want to finesse that language a little bit to make it clear. Those are the true minimums. If you can't achieve those minimums, it's okay.
So yeah, what we're trying to do is make it that, you know, standard practice. And I think, was that Elizabeth? Were you?
Yeah, I would agree. And I'm sorry, who was speaking earlier? Was that Jonathan?
That was Jonathan Balkema with the city.
Yes, I agree with you. I feel that this is good intent, but it seems very wishy-washy. Like, I'm like, well, what is that saying? So maybe if the language changed a little bit. I mean, it's kind of like, you can if you want to, but you don't have to. So is anyone else getting that sense or other input?
And Mark, I was with division. Yeah, the issue is every alteration is different, and you're always going to find some awkward condition. And it's coming up with language that says,
yeah,
when do you go to this table or not? And yes, you can meet R15 in a 2-inch cavity if you buy it's aerogel, some stuff that has R10 per inch, but it's not practical available material currently. So that's it's trying to give you some flexibility, but also give the builders some a way to get to yes in a reasonable fashion. And, holding up his hand.
Jonathan Bokima again.
Jonathan.
I think honestly, the part that's actually confusing is just adding the wording, the new construction requirements. So we just remove that because the intent, at least my understanding, is we're retaining what we put in the 11 code, which was these are the minimums. You're not
Right.
the new construction standards for the alterations and repairs. So maybe just removing new construction requirements because it's already explicit. These are the requirements for those alterations and repairs.
I would agree that would help.
We'll ask for some maybe additional things like, all right, so we'll move on to the next one. Some area. Some of these are just numbering items. The next one is just, and we still have the arrow going backwards on the table, and 1101.1 paren 2, it should be that are less than and equal to's are going that if you don't have room on the underfloor to fit the insulation in, there's your maximum you're expected to have. We're going to not applicable for slab edge insulation, just undermining a foundation, saying you did a work on an existing home and digging next to an existing foundation is just something we can't really have. It's sort of, that is beyond the impractical. We have language about forced air ducts when it's new. It's not about going back in and you touch it, you broke it, you bought it on duct install. Sorry. Next one is on, it's really just some clarifying editorial language about which measures you pick. Under small additional measures, we have table N1101.3.2 at the top of this page. We're just having the placeholders for those HSPF2 numbers. We do have a proposal that helps us point those out. And we do have another proposal about, I believe it's the efficiency to align that table with the new construction table. And now we get to scroll down a good bit. One note about table N1104.1.2, just to give you a heads up of what's going to be coming. We have a trade-off calculator Excel spreadsheet that some people are familiar with. What we don't have on this table is actually showing some of the other insulation options that are in that, such as for R23 walls, which are becoming kind of popular. People are blowing in insulation. It's just showing what those equivalent U factors are. But that's another thing. And N1104.3 about exterior doors. Again, we're trying to find a way to make it clear what is a glazed door and what is that door with a decorative panel in it. We might come up with a, I'm hoping this group will come up with a more reasonable solution, so we might be able to just strike this language or clarify it better. Now we get to go down even further to N1105. We want to make it clear under N1105.3 about the ducts and air handling equipment come inside. That's the starting point, but that it's for new construction and additions. That, to make that clear, is that we just, in our normal way of looking at codes, if you're doing some work going past that point, maybe having to do structural changes and the like, we're sort of creating that box around the work. It's clarifying that this is real. This section about the installation of the ducts and air handling equipment is for new construction and additions. We've clarified under exception number 2 that we're only looking at, instead of trying to say 5% of the system, just 10 feet of duct can be outside. Just making it a lot easier for everybody to enforce, call out, say yes or no. No more calculations are going, well, maybe, maybe not. We made a clarification under what is outside. And so we have now brought in 3 different ways to do ducts outside. One is deeply buried in the attic under N1105.3.1. One is in an unvented crawl space is one of the ways to bring things inside, and noting how you make that sort of inside the conditioned space. And another one is for deeply buried in a vented crawl space, which is kind of hard to do, but you can wrap it, sort of taking an attic, put it in the upside down, doing the same that you would do for an attic in a crawl space. So there are 3 ways to do.
Can we talk a little bit about that second option, the ducts in the unvented crawl space? That's a new option, right? And surprised me a little bit. It looks like it's an option of either floor insulation or foundation wall. But you'd still have to meet requirements of 408.3. So would you potentially have a common pathway from the house with conditioned air going down into that uninsulated crawl, maybe returning back up? Am I reading that right?
So this is in a.
This is considered outside of the thermal envelope, right?
Yes, this is the one where it's outside the thermal envelope. So there is an option under R 408.3 for unvented crawl spaces, but where the thermal envelope is at the floor level. If your thermal envelope is at the floor level and the ducts are outside, you're sort of in an area that isn't exposed to the outdoors, so you aren't getting that air turnout. So that if it's complying under R 408.3, you've got ducts.
Then you only need the R8. You wouldn't have to
You'll insulate the duct.
deep bury that duct.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to deep bury it because you're not going to get air turnover of outdoor air through the space. In other words, the space will be a little warmer than normal. It'll be like it's in a garage or somewhere. So what you're doing is making sure that it's minimum insulated, but you're essentially, you could consider the entire crawl space sort of a compressed, let me put this. It's just it's a single assembly. Looking at it that way, it may be one way to look at it.
A single separate assembly?
Sort of the, so you
Not
have, it's not sharing air with the outdoors anymore, which
Right.
would, if you're deeply buried, if it's a vented crawl space, you have, at times of the year, 17 to 10 below air that's getting into the crawl space. Here, you've sort of blocked that off, but not fully brought it inside the envelope.
Into the envelope.
That was the point of that one. Yes.
Jonathan Volcano. So couple questions, or suggestions and questions. One, have we considered an exception to the small addition since we're applying the ducts inside to additions? Because, especially small additions, we may see like a 6 or 8 foot, duct extension, and to deeply bury that is somewhat silly when the rest of the system is leaking.
Again, we sort of have the 10 foot. That's the reason for the 10 foot is if you've got, a 1-room addition and you're running it somewhere, a lot of times it's just going sidewall in to the space. But you also have the ability, if you're doing if it's a bigger addition, you have the ability to consider the construction of the space to do one of those. That was our logic behind that.
And then the premise of the rest. Sorry if I end up being a broken record from the 2021 version. This was extremely confusing to all of our customers and most of the builders that I talked to. And I think I said the exact same thing the last time around. It really appears that we want, if I do math really quickly in my head, R27 wrapped around all the ducts. If that's the intent, why don't we just say the ducts be insulated to, in any capacity, however you want to do it, to be not less than R27, R30, because that's easier for, insulation. And have a nice day, let industry figure out how we're actually going to achieve this, because especially how this one's currently written, it appears that without me as a building official saying, I'm okay with you doing it this way, you have to use insulated ducts, then bury it with insulation versus just running steel duct or an uninsulated duct and then burying it with R30's worth of insulation. So it seems we're prohibiting and limiting what people can do and adding more confusion when the end goal and the intent is put mastic on it so it's air sealed and then insulate the tar out of it so it's in essence within conditioned space.
Or as close to it as possible.
And then it's a lot easier for all of us to enforce. I do appreciate the unconditioned unvented crawl space addition. That may need to stay in some format.
We're definitely open to discussion and feedback from the committee. The main point of just maintaining that the duct stayed insulated is that sometimes it just, what they're tenting it in may fall off or blow away or what. That was the main intent of maintaining that it is still insulated duct with that. And it aligns with the ZRH program. It aligns with what's sort of being said. I believe it aligns with the 2021 IRC and IECC language. So we're trying to sort of fit it in here. But if to give options, that's.
And I do appreciate that. I just know, especially historically, the division, just everybody in general, the home builders, we try not to write our code in a prescriptive manner on how something has to be achieved. It's more allowing industry to determine what's best for their own model of home and stuff. So literally, again, if the intent is that our 30-ish, because that's really where we would end up with a bat insulation. If that's the intent, let's just say we want the ducts surrounded in R30 insulation, move on. And it's a lot easier for us as building officials to even enforce that because, one of our production builders, which sounds like they'll have to again, but built the doghouse and they did a whole bunch of other things to try to meet the provision. Then I don't even want to know how long you guys spent on staff writing that white paper to say, this is how you actually can do it. Just at the end of the day, if we would have done this in 2021, just insulate it. That's what we want, seal it and insulate it.
When we get there, I just got some feedback from people looking at what happens when you put that in their rem rate and the like. So, yeah. We'll get back to that discussion. Let's roll through these so we can get a break here, or do you want to, after that one?
I had a quick question, Mark. This is Kevin Duell. Was part of the concern of getting the duct insulated with R8, but just getting the duct in particular wrapped, that you get the proper vapor barrier around that system? And then also, I assume the division modeled each of these options and they're relatively equivalent. Is that fair to say?
So for outside, it might be a concern for if you're doing this in cooling season, but we're fairly dry, but yeah, we haven't run that number. We were just, again, aligning model that, but if they're looking for options, I think that's something we can discuss later on that.
Good deal. Thanks, Mark.
Let's move on to thermostats and setback and shut off. We're clarifying what actually happens is that, yes, thermostats need to be readily accessible and automatic to do setback. In other words, a programmable thermostat. The manual language carried over for way too long, and it pretty much says, we aren't requiring that. We're maintaining the same exceptions. If you have essentially a unit heater, go all the way up to 2 kW and not need a programmable thermostat. And if the old exception, if it can show that, it won't, having the thermostat might decrease or increase energy use. Next page is the smart thermostat language. Again, saying that it needs to be energy smart or Energy Star stat with a minimum of either occupancy sensing or geofencing. It will have, of course, control and setback and be communicating for potential future use, which comes with the Energy Star. And again, we're exempting the same thermostat, exempting, heater up to 2 kW. And also, if the cooling capacity is 1.5 tons or less, that's the language we may want to work on the exception about, just in case some of these VRF systems are bigger and can't do this. Although, this may be coming in the future. We understand that. I think some of the programs are working on a smart thermostat that will talk to some of these variable refrigerant flow systems, but we may have to have a more extensive exception for this code cycle. We have one question here.
Just one comment. I understand why you changed the temperature to thermostat, but I have to say off the quick read, it actually confused me because especially going to the smart thermostat, I didn't initially take it as I'm required to have a smart thermostat because we already talked about thermostat. So it might be better to actually kind of use more commercial code type thing where we're saying temperature controls and then bring in the smart thermostat. Because since I have two spots that say thermostat, I'm almost thinking that's when I do a smart thermostat, this is what I have to do.
5.4.
I think that's a good point.
I do too.
Temperature controls, okay. We can change that title. One other quick item here, and then I think we might want to take a break before we get out of this section, is about heat pump controls. We have ancient and outdated heat pump control language. And of course, we have wound up with typos in this every single code cycle. We are putting forward to put in the 2021 IECC language just about, winter lockouts, when it's allowed, to sort of what comes with heat pumps to make sure you're not just running it. Trying to put our old language into today's language. We do have a second proposal that's asking to pull in the 2024 IECC language. And that gets us through the division proposals through heat pump controls. I think everybody deserves a little short break here, or unless you want to go through until a lunch break. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's go.
Oh, okay, because it has in the past.
Oh, well, all right. We will go through N1106 piping insulation. This is correct. Making the language a little clearer about what's inside or outside the conditioned space, that it's insulated unless you're fully inside the space. The protection of piping insulation, this is something that's from model code language, and we're just bringing it in that, by the way, the insulation that goes out to your condensing unit outdoors does need to be protected from UV damage, because you go out there after a year, it's a crumbly mess, and that's just pretty much standard process for today. Lighting and power, just to let you know, again, solar ready construction is moving to other discussions, so we won't go through that today. But it is really what was in the REACH code, and it has a good way for saying what is or isn't is shaded and not needing. And most of the remainder of items are, let's go to N1109.2, that table.
Sorry, Mark, to make you backtrack, but just for clarification, you say are these going to get moved to a different code section out of chapter 11?
Okay. Yes, we're going to make all solar things, or the intent of the division is just placement, to put anything that has to do with solar installations in one spot, so that you're not losing things in other parts of the code, and not having to go to the structural code. And I know there's active work on trying to make sure we get good language in. Just a few changes, and I know we have some proposals on this table. NA 1109.2, which is when you're doing a full bore energy model for trade-off, doesn't happen very often, is that we're looking at, you can trade off the HVAC efficiencies for these, and again, you still have to get 8% better than your, you model a code baseline building, and your proposed building without including additional measures has to be 8% in your initial unit. That's carrying forward. Just some minor editorial changes in that. Some updates on which handbooks of fundamentals to the latest editions, and then we have some proposals on the small windows program, and some proposals for different methods of doing both energy modeling, performance paths that we'll be reviewing later.
Okay, committee want to do a break till I push it
Right,
on lunch
before we
now,
do this,
but-
maybe we can just get this completely out of the way, because I think we need committee input to say that, yeah, we agree this is the baseline before we go forward looking at proposals. So I guess I'd propose that
We can.
we do a roll call if everybody's comfortable that the division's position is that this document meets EO 17-20 goal, and that it's our baseline moving forward to look at the proposals.
At the discretion of the committee.
Yeah, of course. If the committee wants to have that discussion now, of course, absolutely.
I guess it's Jonathan Balkema. I guess, yes, I would, with the caveats of the areas that we have mentioned that we need to discuss and any other discussion that the committee still has. I don't think we should move to necessarily approve it yet, but I think we should.
I meant to include that, sorry.
Discuss that it should be used as the baseline for future discussions.
I support that.
Yeah, I feel like there's still a lot of discussion to be had, but I think it's a great starting point and understand the goals of meeting the executive order, and seems like the division's really done a lot of work to, and evaluation to see that will get us there.
I agree, although I don't, it's very hard to be a code official when we can't get egress windows and structural requirements to move further with energy. A lot of our buildings are still 2 code cycles behind over here. So by moving forward, even with the baseline, it puts us further in the hole. But it would be at the committee's pleasure to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, so thumbs up there. Looks like from most everybody to consensus.
To clarify what's being asked, this is Kevin Rose with NEEA, just saying that we're starting discussions from this baseline of the proposed draft that we just went through, right? Okay, yeah, thumbs up for me. Thanks.
Okay, so does that get where you wanted, Rex, for now, right now? And then so maybe a break, like I said, we're going to be bumping up to lunch. We want to go till 11:30. Does that work? Just a quick 10-minute and then pick it back up?
Sounds
Everybody?
good.
Okay, 10 minutes, 11:30, we'll pick it back up.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get going here again. I did that on purpose because Jonathan was coming out of the bathroom. You guys missed the fun in the room out there. So looks like Elizabeth, you got a question?
I do have a question, but unfortunately it means going back to the section on the ducts for clarification on the 10 feet of HVAC ductwork. Could we do that?
I think we were just discussing that we need to kind of go back through these and remember at the beginning I said I'm going to screw this up. So I probably
So
should.
we'll go back. Okay.
Probably should have jumped up and said, maybe the committee should go through, any of the stuff that's existing, you can just carte blanche because that's the starting baseline as far as existing Oregon amendments, but any of the changes, the committee needs to put a check mark by them. And I think so we could have done that as we went along, but maybe it'll be a little faster now, so. Okay, Mark.
Okay, so I believe I remember the things where we've got some questions and where we'd like to clarify a few items. We'll start back at the very beginning on table N1101.1. And we've talked with some in the room, but sort of a general item about this. And if we can bring that up. It's about the longstanding Oregon exception or special location for exterior doors with greater than 2.5 square feet glazing and alignment with model code is that we can avoid having to do a lot of this update. We already have exception K, item K is that, we always allow up to 28 square feet of exterior door per dwelling unit to have a higher U factor. There's always that one decorative entry door. We've it aligns with, and I'll ask, we got some national code people here, with a model code exception, and that really, I guess the general discussion, and I believe it was, we could probably just strike that line of exterior doors with greater than 2.5 square feet from the table, because there's already an exception for that one, really nice entry door. This aligns it with model code. It's getting rid of some confusing language. And then in footnote J, we don't even have to have the quote with over 10 square feet glazing. Correct? We could just call a glass door as a glass door at that point. Would there be anything else that we would need to do on that? And then I would point everyone to section, which one is it? We would not need to add the blue language under section N1104.3. If you could bring that up, and we'll
Yeah, he's just saying where else.
This is also covered in another section. If you look at N1104.3, if you could bring that up. You could really just strike exception 3 altogether, except for we don't have to worry about this less than or greater than 10 square feet part. Sliding glass doors and swinging glass doors shall meet the specification for under exception 2 shall be treated as windows. That way we aren't worrying about anything there. Here on part 3, that entire section is redundant at that point.
Right.
Exception 3 then becomes redundant altogether, and that can go. Although, do we need to leave, and I will ask the room, should we move door shall meet the air leakage requirements of section N1104.8 and move that up to the body,
Charging. Mhm.
the charging language? Yeah.
Yes,
I would.
I would agree.
I think that all makes sense.
We are trying our best to cut code sections down, and I'm seeing a
Yes, simplify.
simpler. And I will ask a proponent of several proposals who was in the room that was trying to make this more acceptable, whether this would conflict with a public proposal or satisfy those. So. We'll recognize Mr.
Good morning, Steve Strawn, JELD-WEN Windows and Doors. I'm the product manager or program manager for codes and regulatory compliance, and involved in the code development world for more years than, I think everybody's been around longer than 20 years, but for a good number of years with code development from Florida to California and on up in IACC and who the hell knows where, everywhere. This, if you want to step back to the table N1101.1 parent 1, I could absolutely support getting rid of that less than or greater than 2.5 square foot of glazing. A glazed door is a glazed door, it's a glazed door. They all meet effectively the same requirements. I would be fine with that. So even if you look at where Energy Star version 7 just landed last week, the performance requirements for the quarter light or less than half light is far more stringent than the full light. So it's easy target to hit, quite frankly. That so we're good with that. Mark, you also had a comment on the air infiltration or air leakage. That's another question you had for me.
Currently, the section N1104.3 in the exception 3, and I believe this was probably a typo on our part, the door shall meet air leakage requirement of section N1104.8 is in that exception. And it seems like that should be up in the baseline requirements, if you look on the screen of doors.
Yeah, I would support that as well. I do have proposals to fix the air leakage requirements, to bring them in line with IECC and with the industry standards, not only NFRC, but the North American Fenestration Standard air leakage requirements, just to bring everything sort of in line with the current long current requirements.
All right. So any other questions or discussion from the group, or would this help fix a problem? And you know that we're trying to make it more understandable for everybody, and it appears that it's not a substantive change. It's something that's could have been met already, but it's just providing clarification to everyone of what is required when and how.
I would suggest that these are all largely editorial.
Yes.
While they may be substantive, if you're changing an air leakage requirement, it really is more of a clarification to bring everything into line with industry standards. That in order to get to meet other sections of the code, for example, if your NFRC rating is required by the code, you have to meet these air infiltration requirements of 0.3 CFM. The same with the structural requirements that require that same air leakage. So this provides some consistency.
Yeah.
Other code requirements.
So yeah, we'll get to the air leakage
Later.
at a later point, but for the clarification on this, getting the table N1101 1.1 clarified of what is a glazed door and what is not. Is that acceptable to the group? Any other comments?
It's a good change. I agree. Thank you.
Jonathan, I support the change. It helps clarify my concern.
And Laura has that, so as shown on the screen. Okay to move on to next item?
I'd be okay as shown on the screen.
Yeah. All right, we'll go back to page 11-1 and N1101.1, exception number 4. And what was brought in with this was, of course, unfortunately, yes, when you do have ducts buried in the attic, you do have some leakage to the exterior. In order to really get to that next step, this is the one item that needs a second proposal on it, or a second additional measure to really get that building over the finish line, shall we say.
Are you asking for comment?
Comment.
I agree that this is at least, it's like a trade-off, basically. It's another option.
And to note, this is one item that has a potential cost impact proposal from one of the organizations that, you know, their analysis that there was an average cost of about $950 to do a second measure. But the question is to this group, and when we get into cost analysis, you're doing an alternate method at this point. You're asking for an exception. How much are you trading off? And then it gives people enough. This is being able to have an optional path to get there to where you might not want to construct drop soffits or something that allows that. So from the committee, just a general note for this one path is would you want to note a cost on that of using what's from proposals, or how would you like to address that?
I think we should always address the cost of it. I do agree with your statement that it is just an additional option that's available. And what was that, the 08 or the 11 version? Something similar to that. If you do this too. So we're kind of just returning back to what we had previously done to capture the full savings.
I would agree with Jonathan's statement.
Ian, did you capture that? Or do you want any more clarification on that as far as a statement, or?
I'm good with that.
I want to,
Okay.
I want a statement from the group.
I think I would support the provision the way it's going as an additional alternative.
I would as well. I think it's a good option.
And again, just a reminder on the cost statement is to say potential cost impact. Yes.
Yeah, there's potential cost impact
for those homes.
for those homes that elect to use that provision.
Yeah, I agree with this provision too. It's just adding flexibility. It's not a requirement.
Same for me. This is Natalie.
Uh,
So this is Jamin Bear. I'd like to question the cost of adding an additional measure. So, for example, Highline uses ducts buried deeply in all of our forced air systems, combined with Measure 6. And looking at the additional cost to add a second additional measure in addition to 6 is far higher than anything I've seen in the proposals. One of the proposals cited, I believe, $970 as an additional cost to add a second additional measure. But consulting with our purchasing department, our costs would be significantly higher, thousands of dollars higher than what was noted in that proposal. So I just want to make sure that everyone's considering the cost of that before moving forward with it.
no, just the number of the value and cost impact of deeply buried homes. Yeah.
I guess what I would be interested to know, if anyone knows it, is, I mean, this is an option as opposed to enclosing the ducts, right, in the thermal envelope, right?
Right.
Correct.
So what's the cost comparison of that, right? So
Just
how
to
much
give
more is the net is what I'm looking at.
So real quick little background, Highline and many of our competitors have 30, 40, 50 base plans that were all designed using either attic or crawl space for ducting. We've since moved all of our ducting into the attic and buried it deeply to comply. And we've used Measure 6 for our additional measure. To add an additional measure, we need to either upgrade the water heater or HVAC system. And at the very least, adding an additional measure is going to be about $2,000 to $3,000 more that we're going to have to pass along to the customer. So I just want to make sure that's being taken into consideration. It's kind of seemed to got skipped over, the added cost to the homeowner.
I think the question, which is a question I have as well, is what is the cost difference of not having your ducts within the thermal envelope? And is that trade-off equivalent?
In order to move our ducting into conditioned space, imagine 40 base plans all having to be redesigned, and, making major changes to all of those floor plans to accommodate it. That cost would be very significant, which obviously has to be passed along to customers.
Or if keeping it in the attic, then doing like an unvented roof assembly. I don't know what that cost is.
I'm looking at the additional measures, and of course, the impression I'm getting is these water heaters and furnaces, everything's going to a higher level of efficiency, right? And these are becoming federal standards. So we're kind of going in that direction as well. And I'm hoping that as we go in that direction, those costs do get lowered. So it wouldn't necessarily, and I'm thinking of like the measure itself and then the labor part of it too, as well as the other option, which is to bury the ducts or put the ducts in the thermal envelope.
And I guess another question, maybe the division has looked at this and figuring out the efficiencies. How much energy efficiency are we losing if they are deep buried? Is it fairly equivalent? Then would we really need to require a second? Or is it a big loss of efficiency?
It is for the division, Mark Heiser, yeah, it is a fairly significant amount. This is sort of moving, it's what is, yeah, worst case in the ZERH program is doing this, but there's a significant difference for moving the ducts inside. That's one of the reasons why it went off the additional measures table. It was so, for the 2021 cycle, it was so out of alignment with all the other measures. I don't know whether the NEEA proponent is here, but we looked through these, and yes, if you were to change a standard tank electric water heater to a heat pump water heater, they have numbers on that. They have the, if you were doing a natural gas or propane water heater and swapping that to a tankless high efficiency unit, they've got the figures on that. And we were looking at those, and it was aligning pretty closely with what we had for, just swapping out, going with a different style water heater. That's one of the measures. If you're going with going to a heat pump is more than that. That can be a several $1,000 if you're going from just straight electric heat. But if you're from just straight cooling to electric heat, gas furnace costs aren't that significant. But they had done we looked at their analysis of one of these. It would be a more popular method. So yes, there's some that can be in the thousands of dollars, but there are a few that are that could average under 1,000. So
do you know if when they looked at the options of going to natural gas or propane, if they took into consideration the availability of natural gas or propane? Because the states are trying to get rid of natural gas, and propane is, it requires an exterior tank, trenching, gas lines installed. Were they just simply looking at the cost of the water heater unit, or were they looking at the true cost to put propane in on a rural property, and taking into consideration that a lot of city hubs and states are trying to phase out natural gas as even being available as an option?
I won't speak for the proponent, but when we look at it, we would be considering it as if you have a baseline, if you had a natural gas water heater to start with under federal minimum standards, going to something like a tankless unit that met the efficiency table, the additional measure table, looking at that cost difference was looked at. I believe, and looking at their proposal, they did the same. And then if you had a standard storage, just plain electric tank water heater, moving to a heat pump water heater, that cost difference. So it wouldn't be requiring or looking at the cost of bringing a different fuel. Those are all why we have three different, or 2 or 3 different potential methods for doing with either fuel of doing the high efficiency water system, the same for looking at high efficiency HVAC systems. We have an option of going, depending on what fuel you have or energy source you have at your site. We wanted to make sure that in each line item or additional measures you had it could be appropriate to what you have and what you wish to have for your heat source. So, and same for ductless heat pump systems, looking at if you're picking that one, the ducts are inside anyway for those type affordable homes. So.
Yeah, Mark, I think you were talking about our proposal, and so I'll quickly say, yeah, I think you characterized our approach perfectly fine. Thanks.
And I'm just trying to look at the overall cost impact to the homeowner, the end user. And it didn't seem like it was taking into account the total cost to the customer. It was just looking at the unit of the water heater unit itself, while ignoring, the availability of the fuel source. Because we have had customers in the past that had to bring in propane tanks and put on their rural site just to accommodate, a tankless water heater in order to meet code compliance. And so that cost does become a lot higher than what it would appear on paper in the proposals.
But that's also an option, right? It's in an additional measure. So
Correct.
if that didn't fit this, the location, then there might be another option that would.
Not typically, the water heater upgrade is the most affordable additional option to add after measure 6. And so in most cases, having to add a second additional measure just to accommodate ducting being buried in the attic is a significant cost increase to the homeowner. So, yeah, I mean, obviously the committee can take that for whatever it's worth when they make their decisions, but I just wanted to point that out, that having that requirement for a second additional measure when you bury your ducts in the attic is going to be a more significant cost to the customer, the homeowner, than what it appears on paper in the proposal.
I think that we could spend more time talking about this now. I know that we also have proposals on this topic. So I guess I'd look to the folks in the room. What would you have us do to keep going here?
I've already voiced my support for the change. I think it's a good change. I think it builds in flexibility. I think that if we didn't add that, we're kind of going a little bit backwards in the overall achievement of some higher efficiency residential buildings. So that's my input.
And this is Jonathan. I think one of the things that we had talked about briefly during the break between like Rex and I is at least from our vantage point or my vantage point is, we're to the proposal concept is it's good if we get this BCD proposal dealt with so we truly have a baseline and then identify the proposals as they come along versus trying to intermix the proposals. So that would be my recommendation from going from past ones. We really getting the base stabilized helps get through the proposals a lot quicker. If not, we're bouncing around too much.
Okay.
I'm like Elizabeth. I'm glad that the cost is being acknowledged, but it is for an alternate option. So I think in the spirit of moving towards more efficiency, I do support this edit to the code.
Right. The next one is really the alteration and repair language, and I'm hoping that our code official people here can maybe during lunch work up maybe a recommendation of what to do to accomplish. That's on section N1101. Oh, wait a minute. No, we haven't done all of the. I'm sorry. We still have one more item on the table. If we can bring that up.
And Mark, I want to just make sure that there was on that last one. The committee was ready to move on. I mean, there was a couple of. I think most of the folks were good on that. I mean, with a nod.
I'm good moving forward, even though I don't support the additional efficiency requirements.
Okay. Obviously, except Jamin, knew that he was dissenting, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Back to the main table. One of the items is just getting in an actual efficiency level for heat pump water heaters that's in alignment with new federal standards. Again, we may have to be bringing this to one of the boards and do a statewide interpretation of what COP means, since it's not used for designating what a heat pump water heater is. We have a 3.45 UEF on that. We have discussed the glazing area measure. That's, and the impact of that one, I don't know if there's any discussion on Item 7. Let's discuss glazing, measure number 7. No comments on that.
Would it, it's just a thought I just had. I mean, is there a number of keeping the glazing, like if they didn't have a lot of windows, that would help with that efficiency, and especially for these that are having to select more than one? Has that been considered? If it's something they automatically, the design of their house doesn't have a lot of windows, they may be more efficient.
And to that, unfortunately, we didn't have a mandatory minimum in code or the number of windows. We've never said, you can't put in a lot. We have some minimums, of course, for egress, a minimum area for that, but going less than that, we can't document the savings relative to that. And if you start, then you have to start looking at average construction in the state. And then it's sort of saying, well, here's what was there. We're going to reduce what the average is to a lower number. Excuse me. And sort of giving an effective efficiency improvement for that, and whether that can align with the previous measures, whether they can provide nearly equivalent savings. What that might do, you might have to go down to, let's say, 6%, and that might actually be lower than would be needed for,
Egress and lighting and
for egress and lighting. So we just, to come up with that, it creates more problems than it resolved, trying to come up with this figure for that. And
okay, I just wondered if it had been thought of, so it sounds like it has.
Jonathan Balkema. I had the similar thought, and we actually had a little sideline conversation about that. And actually thinking about it, that if some of the proponents that have modeling capabilities wanted to look at it, one, I guess, option we could discuss as a future proposal would be to consider leaving 7, maybe reorganizing it, but leaving 7 with the code minimum 8% for ventilation that's required out of chapter 3, and it's only to be used when deeply buried inside. So we could leave that as an option if that provided enough benefit to offset the loss from the ducts being deeply buried.
So only to be used as a second option.
Correct.
This is Kevin Duell. Isn't number 7 just a subset of 6, really?
Not necessarily. I don't think you automatically pass if your windows aren't. I don't know. I would have to run that.
So to be clear, I mean, if you reduce glazing area, you're improving the envelope UA because you have an insulated wall instead of a glazed wall, but that's just part of point number 6. So perhaps there'd be a lower threshold for UA, or a greater reduction of UA. Could be another option as a second option for the deeply buried ducts. That's where I'm driving at.
From the division on what measure 6 is, that's keeping the same number of windows in both paths. So it wouldn't help if you reduce the total number of windows. You're still comparing the window UA, same amount of area in both. So it's not, they're unrelated.
Fair enough.
Mr. Chair.
We have a public comment here.
Steve Strawn from JELD-WEN. So effectively what you're proposing to do is strike item 7 glazing area, because I believe that it does actually fall into place as part of the overall thermal envelope. Overall thermal envelope might be let's just throw out a number, an R21 wall, and you've got a glass or a window of say an R4. So normally or nominally. So I would mix the two of those together, strike 7 and keep 6.
And this is Kevin again. I guess I'm suggesting if there's thought of what an additional measure could be that would be amenable for deeply buried ducts, perhaps it would be a deeper reduction of the UA from number 6. I don't know if that's actually workable, but it's just as a concept.
Yeah. At this point, just from our baseline of what we're putting forward and what we, found would work and just how, not would work, but what would meet the requirements of the EO, this had to, for the baseline, if there were something that could come back at a future date where you could combine something to do with windows on this, it's just not working to meet the minimum we need. Okay, that is just a of what we know and what we've done so far. And then, it could be looked at, but there's a recommendation, you can put something forward and say, look at this at a future date. But for now, this is one of the least, one of the most effective changes to the current table that was setting us back by 5%. Yeah. The current analysis method, it's a negative 5% from what we have. So we would have to not only make up for, come up with a figure, come up with something that's a baseline, and come up with additional stuff that might go with a limited window quantity.
And just to be clear, Mark, I support striking number 7. So
I'd support that. I haven't heard a compelling argument to leave it. I think we need to move forward here.
Why don't we? Well, okay, so let's get through this table, then we can have a lunch break. Everybody feel like that? And apologies to those of you on mountain time. Item 8 is on setting the air leakage rate for tested homes. And as we're seeing that program homes are just, they're getting under 3. And if this is an additional measure, we need to make sure that that it's reflecting current practices out there. Going to 2.75, this is continuing to get all homes better sealed as standard practice gets everyone there. And that if you're selecting this also, since we have the ERV in there, it's making sure that the ERV, also the fan efficiency, is meeting what's pretty much available for everyone today. So not seeing a.
Sounds good.
If everyone's doing the same. So taking the same care of what the typical program home is, if they're going to select this item. I don't know if there's any other feedback, or from Jamin, you're saying you're doing 6, correct?
Correct, we use 6.
Okay. So we have a general consensus on the current table, move forward and then cover other items after a lunch break?
Yes.
Okay, well, looks like enough of us are up. I didn't see from Adelaide, but she's in a different time zone, so okay.
May I ask a quick question? Sorry.
You just did.
We went through just quickly going over the changes in the base, accepted that we're using the base, and now we are trying to just hit those items where there was some conversation coming up, and we're just going to hit those and then we'll move forward to the proposals. That's the goal.
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep. Everybody on board with where we're at there? Okay, just a reminder too, as we go along. So Mark's going to take off here where we left off. But again, just a reminder, we have next week. We have a lot of proposals to go through, but it'll be up to the committee on how the pace feels this afternoon, and the meeting scheduled till 4. Whether you want to go that long or not, because we do have next week. So just keep that in mind as we're going along. And unless there's anything else, I will turn it back over to Mr. Heiser.
Thank you. Yeah, Mark Heiser with the division. I think we had satisfactorily gone through the additional measures table to make sure we're getting at least to the EO target. The next item we had was, if we can bring up the screen, is trying to make the alteration and repair exception language work and flow better for the building officials. And I think we have a sort of rough draft we can try and look at of what we had heard and see if so we have some language on the side that states the minimum existing component requirements as specified in table N1101.2 shall be used to the maximum technically practical extent, or to the extent maximally, well, we can work on that, due to existing site constraints, which may include but are not limited to the available cavity depth matching existing features and similar restrictions. And looking out to the other.
I think, sorry, I think that's an improvement. I think there was an issue about getting less words in there, and so this with some editing does that. Was there a question about the word technically? I thought I heard that before.
This is Mark from the division. Right now it's saying maximum technically practical. I think it sort of maximum extent.
Technically practical.
Yeah.
Because that's what we had issues with.
Yeah, to them.
Yeah, I didn't have an issue. I just thought something came up in our conversation about technology being.
Yeah, this was Jonathan. That was my comment initially, because a lot of things are not technically impractical. They're maybe cost prohibitive or practically challenging for the situation, but we can do a lot with technology.
And I see Elizabeth's hand.
Yeah. So we're just changing that blue sentence basically, but we're still keeping the minimum component requirements as specified.
I believe since we mentioned the table, we could, would that be deleted as well? I think that was the intent.
So what I did was just move in the quick draft at lunch was move the existing language to the very front and then use Mark's previous language, moved it to the bottom to replace what was maximum extent practical. So that way there's some qualifiers of what that intent was.
Right. So we would read the minimum component requirements that, and then the minimum existing. Okay. I see it. Okay. I like it a lot better.
So again, from the division, Mark Heiser, just really to, well, are we going, is that change? I had just trying to figure out how use to the due to that, what fills in there, and something that makes that workable,
yeah,
not confusing to everybody. So
from my initial reaction to your draft language or the division's draft language, I think flipping it actually is what's making the situation better, because we're saying the exception is using the table, which was
right.
Existing, instead of you would get hung up on the, well, I have to use the new code provisions for existing components, and wasn't the original intent when we drafted that language.
Right. I feel like it's kind of like the charging statement should be strong, and that's what you did when you flipped it. Does that make sense? And then the other part is subordinate to that.
So any other comments on what's on the screen? Is that acceptable to everyone? Right, now we can. Another win for the building officials. Okay. Going down through the rest of the tables, at least through, I guess we can look at table N1101.2 for those existing requirements. And we didn't have questions on that. We didn't have questions on until we get to, what was the next section?
Deeply buried.
Yeah, deeply buried.
let's go bury this one. All right. There's a desire to have a path that really would allow options for installation of not having insulated duct, but just burying the duct in the insulation and not having to worry about the extent. And I had talked with Jonathan about maybe would it be something of the equivalent of saying or as approved, you know, something to the extent of or approved where a minimum of R30 insulation is between the duct and the vented space or vented cavity. I guess it's either a vented crawl space or a vented attic. So something that could go to that extent. So that's just noting that there is an option, but we keep that prescriptive level of that's easy to understand and then have an additional method.
Jonathan, I like that approach. It's very similar to what we would apply for in like tenting of fire sprinklers and stuff like that in spaces by requiring amount of insulation above that to be contributing into the conditioned space type thing. So it's very similar to what we do with other elements, and then it provides industry the ability to determine what's best for their product line instead of us saying you have to use this ducted installation, which sadly we were challenged to get during coming out of COVID. And then saying now you still have to provide additional insulation, which talking to several of our product installers, they basically just said, if you want a certain R value, just tell us what the R value is, and then we'll meet it.
I agree with the approach to make things less prescriptive where we're getting identical performance, right? And make the code simpler all at the same time. I think part of what I heard from Mark earlier about why this section is as it is because of worries about the persistence of insulation. So I'm curious how we make sure that this new alternative that we're talking about, how do we make sure that it's the same in year 10 versus day 1? I don't have a solution right in my pocket here to provide, but that's the lens I'd like to look at this through.
I'd like to comment upon what Kevin said. I think when the first change happened in the 2021, people were like, how do, to put the ducts in the conditioned space, like, well, how am I doing that? How am I doing that? Right. There was a lot of, how are we going to handle that? And I feel like this is giving a lot more detail in how you do that with the buried ducts. I don't know if it would be helpful to simplify, like Jonathan was suggesting, get to that achieve level, and then support it with not a white paper, but some type of, I forgot what you call it. Sorry, it's afternoon.
Or tech guides.
A tech guide. Thank you.
So I think one of the balancing points would be the approved concept. So we have to work with that, work through what is acceptable from everybody. The challenge, I guess, is even with the current language in the 2021 code, and then what is proposed here isn't any substantively different. Basically, what it appears the division did was take that technical bulletin and just break it out of, if you're in this area, do it this way. If you're in this area, do it this way. The actual code requirements are the same. It's just clarifying which space you're in, so that way people realize, yes, you can put it in a ventilated crawl space, which the original discussion point, you can put it in a vented 3.3. The original discussion basically came across as you couldn't do that, and it came out in the technical bulletin. Yeah, you can, because the intent was, again, we were just insulating it appropriately so that we'd have the loss. I think the part that we need to focus on, unfortunately, is our code is the construction code. We're not into maintenance. That is a maintenance thing, just like everything else in there, because even the insulated ducts, if you have somebody go up in there and damage the duct, that's a maintenance thing. That's not something we would look at later in life from a construction standpoint, except unless they're replacing the system. But then we also have to look at, again, using the language that's in here, it still just says R19 insulation. So it can be a loose fill insulation, which can sag and do all that. So, again, what's the minimum that we're saying needs to be there? And then look at it that way, because I think that's the key part for industry. They are getting confused what they're doing. I'm having builders in my community, which is a builder that does a lot of things around the state, having to again rechange their plans because what they did determined it didn't work well, so they're having to change it again and change it again. And at the end of the day, they just want something to be consistent so that way it works. And they have had situations where certain jurisdictions are asking for more than what the intent of the language was, which was provide R19 above an R8. So again, if we just need R30, that's what we should ask for. And not suggesting this, but there's nothing wrong saying it has to be a rigid insulation if that's what the committee wants.
So if we're saying R30, would we then go to R2? That difference, I think, would confuse people of why does it have to be R30? Combo could be R27.
It was just for easy math in the context of if it was a bad insulation, the next step is an R30, not an R25.
Okay, so you either have the R8 duct plus deep area in R19, or if you're going to just wrap it, it needs to be R30.
I would
equivalent, yeah.
probably say yes, that this could be put in as an exception under all of this group, that deeply buried ducts, somehow put it as an exception where approved, or it could be in each body of the numbers 3.1 or 3.3, but just sort of have as an approved minimum R or not less than R20 between the duct and the vented space. That there's a way to get this to just
Yeah, I think it would make more sense to keep that R value the same.
So to address the committee.
So we have 2 hands raised right now.
Go. Kevin?
Natalie's first, actually.
Oh, thank you. Well, so I was hearing something different before the break, which was that it's just very confusing. So I wasn't really thinking about putting out an alternative, but one thing, each of the options require the R8 around the duct. And so I was wondering, like, under exception 3 that references all the next one, what if it's just straight out like that? Is that what we want? We want the duct to have the 8. Like, does that make it clearer that it's not under each one? You have to do this and this and this. It's the duct, and then it's applying the different insulation with the different situations. But I'm open to talking about a whole separate alternative too. But I'm just pointing that out.
Park division, current is it's have an R8 duct and then an additional R19 between the duct and the vented space. So whether if you're in an attic, you need R19 over the top of an R8 insulated duct, or if you're in the crawl space, put R19 between the insulated duct and the vented crawl space. Is that clear?
And there's an additional wrinkle. So I'm going to paint you a picture. You put a bare duct in the attic. You spray R30 insulation all over it. Let's just use cellulose for an example. And now in cooling mode, that duct is going to condense water. And that water is going to condense in the insulation. So there needs to be a vapor barrier location specified. And the advantage of an R8 duct with a vapor barrier is you need some insulation between the duct and the vapor barrier to prevent condensation. So there needs to be some stipulation of where that vapor barrier lands. You can't, maybe it's on the outside of the R30, but we can't just say, R30, you're good. There has to be a location for that vapor barrier specified. And it can't be on the duct. I think that's why the original language is as it is. It's like, yeah, you need insulation, vapor barrier, and now go to town however you want to go to town.
That makes sense.
So, if the committee still wants to keep the current version of the deeply buried ducts, what if we add an exception, new exception 3 or exception 4, because it would make more sense to put this one at 3, so that way the current 3 flows with what's coming later, but have a additional exception that just says the HVAC ductwork can be located in an unconditioned space when wrapped with R30 bat insulation or a fiber-based insulation with a vapor retarder on the outside.
Yeah, that would totally work, right?
And then how industry wants to get there, they can take care of it.
And just noting that R30 is 8¼ inches thick, so you're adding 16½ inches on each side that way. But, you know, flexibility, right?
Yeah, and it's an option for them to do it because in our jurisdiction, we have builders that are physically doing it that way right now.
Cool.
We have someone repeat the language, so it would be an exception 4 or an exception to exception 3.
My suggestion was move it to exception 3, move it or close with the very different.
Okay, but
I like where Jonathan's going with that.
Where the duct is wrapped, encased. I don't know how you guys want to phrase that. Wrapped in not
minimum R20.
Minimum of R27, right? That's what we're saying. And then they can do whatever they want.
Okay. Yeah.
With a vapor retarder barrier, whatever we want there.
Just for my understanding, Ian Paik with the division, what would be the cost of wrapping something in a vapor barrier or stipulating this, if any?
The vapor barrier, depending on how they want to do it, if they use a bat insulation, they just buy one with a bat on it and wrap the vapor barrier on the outside.
Now, is the requirement for duct vapor barrier more stringent than envelope vapor barrier? I'm just used to seeing, FSK type stuff that's fully sealed and stapled for a duct, and for a building, it's a little different.
So Kevin, in Oregon, we don't have a current requirement. Even in the mechanical code, commercial side. So
okay,
the requirement currently, just due to we have such a wide range of different dryness climates to where we are and aren't going to get it.
Thank you. I think that should say. Go ahead, Ty.
I would suggest removing the word wrapped and use the word insulated. If using the word wrapped, it would eliminate the ability to use blown in insulation.
Right. Good edit.
So insulated to a minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Minimum of. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you get a vapor barrier and blown-in insulation, but hey, that's up to the trades, right?
Again, using the sprinkler analogy, they can tent it with visqueen or something like that.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay, sorry. I think vapor retarder is the term in the code, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
We'll line that up. I think it's retarder.
It should be retarder because we're slowing it down.
I think it's retarder.
Yeah.
I don't understand the building science of all that. Are you going to end up with some condensation in the middle of that insulation? Or is that not an issue?
I mean, assuming the vapor retarder is on the outside of the insulation, it should be good.
The issue I see with that verbiage is it doesn't specify where the vapor retarder is.
Yeah.
It could be directly against the duct and you're still going to get condensation.
Right.
Or it could be at the very outside of that R27 and you're still going to get condensation of any moisture that's within that area. It kind of seems like the R8 manufactured insulated duct is still the best option for everything. Prevents condensation and provides an R8. Gives you a start to your insulation that's required.
And agreeing with you, but this allows you as a builder to do what you feel is best and propose it to your building department, not us saying you have to use insulated duct, especially when you had challenges getting insulated duct.
So could we leave the code as is and jurisdictions can, you know, make that exception? I know we do. Seems like it could get tricky with the right wording.
Correct. And we can, you know, ask the division to update their building tech guide to clarify what's the appropriate building science approach.
Mm-hmm.
Leave it out of the code.
Given that the ductwork will be fully sealed, why require the vapor retarder?
I'll just think of the scenario I painted. If you have cellulosic insulation around the duct with no vapor retarder, vapor will condense within the insulation. Because there's like 55-degree air going on the duct, and at some point it's going to meet the dew point of the air exterior. That's usually in the insulation. Could be on the surface of the duct too, depending on the air system. But if you have the vapor retarder on the exterior of that insulation, it will keep the inside dry or dry enough. So perhaps it could just say with, and this is going to be wrong, but I'll throw this out here, with an exterior vapor retarder or vapor retarder on the, you know what I'm saying, the outer surface of the insulation, something like that, where it's abundantly clear what's being said. Although I think the insulating trade will know what this is saying as written. In other words, I don't think they'll wrap it backwards.
My only concern is if you have a leaky duct and you introduce humidity, it now has no way of escaping.
A leaky duct, if it's either hot or cold, is going to be dry-ish, right? It's not going to be condensing.
We see a lot of homes putting in humidifiers. If there's a humidifier in the system and you have wet, warm air leaking from the duct and say it's cold in the attic during the winter months, you now have your condensation curve going the opposite direction.
Yeah, good exception. Since seams and joints are required to be mastic sealed, will that be a concern?
It should not if we're in a perfect world. I have a little bit of concern with vapor retarder being exposed in the attic.
Gotcha. How would this be different if you had an R8 insulated duct with a vapor retarder at the exterior of that R8? Which is the current requirement.
In the middle. So you're kind of gaining both directions to some extent.
But if that duct leaked into that insulation, that would be worse because it would be, or is it? Maybe I'm confused. I think I see what you're saying. But I'm not totally clear on the building science. I'd actually have to sketch this out and look at the the temperature gradients and things.
It's just oftentimes we don't even have vapor retarder in the attic at all.
Well, the code would require it on the warm side, so that's kind of what we're doing. But you'd have it on your ceiling space, so we're just doing a similar thing on the outside of the insulation.
Correct, but if you have condensation or you have anything, it's interior to the house. You can see it, it's apparent. However, in an attic, there is no visual indication to the occupant. There is no way of exchanging that air. Whereas if you put, visqueen on your sheetrock or you seal the attic some other way, there is no concealed space that can, hold that vapor.
I would hope the attic has ventilation, so that would help mitigate a lot of it. I think we're trying to solve
The ventilation's on the wrong side in that case.
not necessarily. If it's leaking into the space, it's still going to do that. I think we're trying to solve a larger problem than what actually exists.
From division standpoint, we can make a little more clarification, and we're going to be redoing the tech bulletins anyway, and we can cover this, what the intent is, and keep people from trying to get themselves in trouble with this.
While we're on this subject, can we look again at that N1105.3.2, the ducts in the unvented crawl space that are not within the building thermal envelope? That number 3, it gives the option of the insulation on the floor, or it says crawl space walls. That technically would then be in the building thermal envelope, correct? As long as you meet that 408.3.
Correct.
So do we need to change that wording?
For the division, the wording was really intended for the that actual the framed construction where the R30 is going to make sure the outside framing was insulated. We can work on that language to clarify that we're not creating a conditioned space. This is for an unconditioned.
Okay, and they would select that extra measure.
Unvented crawl space.
If the walls are insulated, the floor wouldn't have to be. Am I reading that right?
In the short basement.
Yeah, if the walls are insulated, the floor doesn't have to be.
And then you're exposing the floor to dirt, right?
No, there's a vapor barrier required.
Well, I mean,
408.3.
not literally exposing, sorry, but thermally, it's looking at dirt.
But it's below our frost steps.
All right. I'm just wondering if that's equivalent, and maybe it's not relevant, since the ductwork would be.
This is something that DOE put out with the 90s for the short basement concept. So it's been well vetted in the context of what would be needed if you use the short basement concept.
And David Hessel has been putting some things in the chat about the duct questions.
Additional comments at this point, or ready to move on? All right, so we're, did we have any other items that were?
110541, we were going to do temperature control instead of thermostat.
We rehashed that or not. I mean, just in terms of where we land on that last one for language.
Seems like we scroll back to the
Except scroll down the page a little bit and see whether we've come to an agreement on, quote, the exception 3 is, we'll redo the numbering for 4s, but ductwork outside the thermal envelope where the duct is insulated to a minimum of R27 with a vapor retardant. Provides a little bit more flexibility for some of those odd locations where it might take more than 10 feet to get to that location outside, but you don't want to bury the hole.
And what David Haslam is saying is a vapor retarder would certainly help. And that the issue is the ductwork is warm in one season and hot in another, so the warm sides keep switching. Or excuse me, cold in the summer, warm in the winter, and the attic is the inverse. So, so vapor retarder is not a barrier. It actually allows moisture flow, but it slows it. So I get what David's saying.
Kevin, if I may, just and the rest of the committee, I'll just add the description there is, studies have shown that, to your point, vapor will move across a vapor retarder, but just much slower, and typically happens in the reverse of seasons. So this has been done in testing, not in this condition, but in like wall assemblies, right? Where they've had a wetting condition take place within the wall. And if you have a vapor retarder, the moisture will be able to move out of that wall cavity with the change in seasons and go to the drying potential. So in this case, it sounds like as long as you're not using a vapor barrier that stops that from happening, you'd have a better chance of any incidental moisture that does condense during the air conditioning season being able to dry back out through the vapor retarder later. But and I believe it's already defined somewhere in the code, the difference between vapor barrier and vapor retarder based on its perm rating. So it would depend on that same definition. Thanks.
Appreciate that building science perspective, David.
All right. And so I think we got a solution. Moving on to, it was just clarifying that the title of section N1105.4.1 is temperature controls versus thermostat. Right? Which is done on the screen.
And then,
any other items?
And then under smart thermostat, I think we were going to try to clarify that was for new construction in some format. So thermostat for new construction, the thermostat shall.
So Laura, scroll down to N1105.4.1.2. And before the first, for new construction or new homes, or well,
everywhere else was saying new construction.
Or this is one that could be done with new systems. So for new HVAC systems. Yeah.
Like if you're going from wall heaters to an HVAC system in an existing home, this wouldn't cover it. This language wouldn't cover it.
I mean, technically, isn't the code always about new construction unless it's spelled out? It's not. So but I understand you're trying to focus on a change of system type or systems.
It is, but it isn't, because once you touch the system, then you meet the new construction requirements. So that was when Mark was going over the PowerPoint. That's why I asked for the clarification, because if I'm just changing my furnace out, do we now have to force them to change their thermostat out too?
I would suggest adding an exception to the provisions for existing buildings.
We can just put in for new construction would be standard.
New construction can mean a lot of things. If you do an addition to a home, that is new construction. Does that then trigger that the existing thermostat must now comply?
We don't define new construction, all additions as new construction. That's an addition or alteration. New construction is physically new.
This is covered in N1105.3. Yeah, same.
And I see Adele has her hand up. or Adelaide, excuse me.
So I just wanted to, you had mentioned before where there was an exception where we have these smart thermostats, but we don't have to connect them to the internet. Was that in a separate section? Well, we have most of our county doesn't have internet. So was there, I thought I heard Mark say something about that in his opening statement, where these aren't required to be connected, even though they're smart thermostats.
So their functionality is with or without.
Okay.
The minimum functionality we're looking for is with or without the internet connection. That just provides additional.
But us as inspectors, when we go out to do an inspection, we're not checking their internet connectivity when they have the thermostat on the wall, because I can tell you that's not going to happen. I mean, that would be crazy for us.
Right.
Okay.
I'm a little confused by items 1 and 2. They're not clearly defined in the language there. Is it with minimum control features listed below, or what's the intent there?
Actually, that should, the smart thermostat criteria, get those, that should have been struck, parts 1 and 2. That is an apology on my part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, strike 1 and 2. Yes, parts 1 and 2.
Because you've built that into the sentence above. Okay, I see.
So for clarification, we're striking N1104 in its entirety out of what we're going to, as a committee, approve today to use as our base, correct? Because we're going to relocate it.
Yeah, yes, it will be discussed at a later time. That's the intent, is to move that over to, at the committee's pleasure. The division is recommending to move that to 324 for alignment.
In other words, from energy to general.
Yeah, it will go into the solar subject matter in 324 for similar subject. At least that's the thought process. The committee can eat that around and change that. Even when we get to 3, can say, obviously, now we don't like it, put it back in 11. So we just weren't going to discuss the provisions today specifically.
That's all the comments I remember.
Did you, I don't know if could you hear Laura, everybody on this?
No.
If you're especially if you're not on the committee, if you could raise your hand when you're speaking and then state your name so we can get it, Laura can get that recorded. Appreciate it.
Kevin Rose has his hand up. Oh, no longer.
Oh, well, I'll speak. I don't know if I needed to be recognized or anything. Kevin Rose, NEEA. I had one additional section. I was expecting we might hit it on the rundown that we did, but we stopped short before we got there. So I'm interested in section NA 1109, the alternative compliance path, specifically table NA 1109.2.
And thanks, Kevin. This is Eric again. Just for clarification that we were not referring to the committee members. You don't have to announce yourself. It's just some of the non-committee members. It's hard to see who it is when they're speaking. So for capturing that, Laura, but not committee members. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Got it. Yeah. So you're right here. So there are some changes here. I just wanted to go over them, make sure we had touched these before moving on, because I don't know that these are like administrative yeah, I think these could be consequential changes, right? My concern is that these potentially open the door to trade-offs of HVAC with envelope. So I wanted to, if we could discuss these for a little bit, understand the rationale for the change and discuss.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Appreciate that. And the intent on this is actually for, since we can't come up with since we have additional measures, what we're asking is that the current code is saying you take a baseline home of just the federal minimum efficiency levels for HVAC systems. In order to achieve 8% for your proposed building to be 8% better than the code baseline, one of our current paths, if you're under the prescriptive, is to use more efficient equipment. What this is allowing by making the change to use whatever efficiency you pick, you're comparing to federal minimums at that point, which is where we'd be starting with if you picked a path other than, say, your furnace. You can still do that, but you might not go all the way to, say, 94% efficient furnace, but then improve envelope. Or you may find a, super mega efficient heat pump system that, yes, you might not use 0.27 windows, but 0.28, or you may do something else. That's the point of the whole trade-off path under the energy provisions is, yes, we're recognizing that since you're having to do at least 8% better than the code baseline using this methodology, that you're sort of picking, you should be able to use whatever's on the additional measures tables. You should be able to, this is the allowance to go out, experiment, find a way that gets you to as good or better than the code baseline. Yes. That is the intent of that change.
So what I hear you saying, Mark, is you actually can't trade off HVAC efficiency for envelope improvements because your code efficiency is proposed.
It should be as designed, and I guess that your baseline is the code minimum, and yes, we do need to make a change to that. If where it says code efficiencies, it should be under HVAC efficiency, it should be as designed. That was the intent on this. And the point of it is that's one of the methods, and what you might not do exactly is what's in one of the additional measures tables. You may go even further, and you're sort of getting credit for doing the design of your building.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yes. Thank you. Not me.
Keep the B.
Scratch B. Because as it stands right now, one thing that has changed is we don't list a code efficiency. We taken that out of the code years ago because it's all for residential. It's all federal minimum standards anyway. So that was regardless, we would need to fix that. So back to the group, you can discuss, and that's the reasoning behind the code change put forward by the division.
I don't have any comments on it. Say we accept that. That's good.
Good. I'm not sure if we bypassed anything, but on any of those previous things, was there any cost implications that were new language? And that includes savings, not just if it's a cost increase.
On, yeah, N1105.4.1.2, it is somewhere approximately a $100 premium cost impact for wiring a different style thermostat. And we can give the, and I believe, I'm trying to remember from our work what the payback on that was, but it's fairly quick. It is under 10 years. So yeah, that's for Ian.
What about for the R27 installation piece? Adding new options could reduce cost for projects that, you know, choose those paths. That's why they would pick them, right? As opposed to, you know, when we look at other areas with options, where you can't increase cost, but you can save costs when you're talking about options, right? Should we be factoring in that?
Kevin, we normally just start with what base code was. If there's something that actually changes it, yes, and some of the options sometimes also, yes, increase. So we don't normally put down a cost impact for that. If this would be relying on a unique situation, say where a builder might find it beneficial, but it's not something we could put a figure on an option to an option, really, at that point. It's an option within a group of exception options. So I'm not sure we can get a number for that.
Yeah, I agree that it would be imputations upon imputations at that point, but just wanted to flag it to the extent that we're tracking things at that level.
Thank you, Kevin.
I think I would suggest we, if the committee is on board with it, we recommend what we just talked about for BCD and to move forward with it as discussed and use that as our base case so we can start working on the outside amendments.
For it. This is Kevin Duell for it. I'm for that.
Sounds good.
All right. Ready?
Oh, milestone achieved.
Does everybody have the summaries for the committee? Laura was making sure for the proposals. Oh, good. Okay, I think.
Yeah. Yes, and thank you for that. That's a really great piece of information.
Thank you.
Laura. Who did it? Oh, Mark did it? You did the summaries.
Laura.
I'm trying to give credit. Rex, did you do it?
Okay. Why don't we move? I guess we haven't, but Laura, let's sort of put them in order as far as section numbering that we have here. And the very first one that opens up is about glass door glazing and trying to fix a few, helped on the one portion of this has been addressed, where we look at those 2.5 square foot and percent. 2.5 square foot issue, we finally resolved that. Never going to have to worry about that in Oregon ever again. But we do have one about an allowance that is in model code having to do with footnote J, or new footnote N, excuse me, for fenestration products installed in buildings located above 3,500 feet is the proposed language. And the proponent like to come forward and discuss this. Look at my summary sheet and explain that some of this is coming from the IECC. That we'll let a window expert try and explain this.
Good afternoon, Steve Strawn with JELD-WEN Windows. What I'm bringing to the Oregon Energy Code is a proposal that's been in the code in the IECC, starting with the 2021 IECC, and is proposed for inclusion in the 2024 IECC. It provides an exception for glazing that's installed in elevations greater than 3,500 square foot. Now the IECC has this set at a 4,000 foot space elevation, but some of our own analysis shows that you start to lose some of that durability of performance at around 3,500 square foot. So IECC has in their 2024 code proposals set that set that exception to 0.3 for the greater than 4,000 square or 4,000 foot elevation, but we're proposing to remain at 0.32 U factor for that. There's not a lot of area of Oregon that's greater than 3,500 foot elevation, but there's enough of it. If you take some of the Central Oregon population centers, such as Bend, Redmond, Lapine, Klamath Falls, Lakeview, those are all fairly high elevations. And when you start to lose the durability or the performance of that IG, let me just to cut to the chase. To hit some of these targets, you're going to have to use an inert gas, and typically that's going to be an argon fill or an argon mix in the IG. If we don't put the gas in, we can seal the glass, and you wind up with a much more durable IG product. This is what's been accepted again into the IECC. We propose to put that into the Oregon code as a footnote N to the Windows building component section. Really what we're looking for is to make sure that the folks that are buying these windows for these higher elevations get a product that's durable. It's the unfortunate part of hitting some of these targets is you have to use some of the gas content to hit those targets, and this is not too far different from what the code requires. Unfortunately, today there's not a lot of good answer to that. Most of the IG manufacturers struggle with putting a breather tube or capillary tube in to equalize the pressures at that higher elevation and retaining the gas content.
Thank you. Any questions from or discussion on this? This is.
I had a question. I think you answered one, which was how many homes would be affected by this in Oregon. But then also I had a question just about in Oregon, we use the ASHRAE code too. Is this addressed at all differently in the ASHRAE versus IECC?
Natalie, I can address that. The 1 and 2 family homes, we get compared at the national level to the IECC residential code. ASHRAE standard 90.1, it does not apply to 1 and 2 family homes. And they even exclude 3-story and under dwelling units, but we do apply it to 3-story homes. So it's different codes and different. So what we get compared to by the U.S. Department of Energy is to the IECC model code. That's what when they do their analysis of where we are in our code, they compare us to that.
I guess just for clarification, going for the durability, is it, something that the product in essence fails by leaving the gas leaving, in a matter of, years, or is this, long-term serviceability? But what's the driving force behind it?
Part of this is the long-term durability. If we can estimate reliably that the gas content will eventually leak out, and so therefore you're diminishing your performance. So if it goes in a and I'm not going to give a number because it's going to vary by manufacturer, but if you lose that performance over, say, a 10-year time period, you're really far worse off than you would be if you had a fully sealed IG unit that may not hit this target, the prescriptive target, but at least long term, it retains a good energy performance value.
And I guess as a follow-up, does multi-pane units, triple pane units help increase the U value enough to offset it in those types of environments?
Well, triple pane is going to have some of the same sorts of characteristics. The triple pane is not really the more common product today, although there certainly is a market for triple pane, and there's some new technology that's coming out with a different makeup of triple pane IG units, but again, that's sort of we're sort of in the entry level of that, and I would say within some of the what Lawrence Berkeley National Labs has termed as their quote skinny triple. That's relying on a krypton gas, and if you're following the gas costs, that is cost-wise something to the tune of about 1,000 times more expensive per unit than argon. It's huge.
Looks like Carrie.
Yeah, so this is kind of mentioned in the summary. Here in Deschutes County, we've got properties that are below that 3,500 feet elevation and properties that are above it. And I know we're not really interested in having to chase that and enforce it. You know, the one property might have to have the 0.27 and, you know, just down the road, they could be at a higher U value. If it seems like maybe, you know, could we come up with a U value that would be durable at the higher elevation, and maybe just settle on that U value across the board, across the state.
If I may, through the chair, answer. I think probably so. This is sort of an exception. It's not a mandatory. As a footnote, you are allowed to perform differently or use a different makeup. Is there a different number? You know, we settled on the 3.2 because that's what's currently in the 2021 IECC, which is effectively what Oregon's next energy code is based on. Is there a different number? I will say that 0.30 is being proposed for the 2024 code, and is that the right number? I don't know. I was just going on what's in the current adopted energy code, or proposed energy code, I should say.
So at the 0.30, are there good products that would be durable and be at that better U value that maybe is that an option to go back to the 0.30?
It could be an option, and I would leave that to a manufacturer's jurisdiction, how they want to warrant that product installed at those elevations. If we're making our IG at a let's say a 2,000 foot elevation and selling it into that 3,000, 4,000 foot elevation, you gain a little bit because you're not moving the glass as much, or the deflection is a little bit different. But even with that, I'm not sure there's any real guarantees to that. So let's say we manufacture an IG at, and frankly, a lot of it comes from Hood River, the Cardinal IG glass plant in Hood River, for a lot of local manufacturers. That's at a high enough elevation. It may not have the same effect, but we don't have 6,000 foot elevation construction like you might in Denver, or some of the Rocky Mountain areas where this code was specifically designed for those sorts of elevations. Did that help?
Yeah, does the rest of the committee or the division have any thoughts on it?
Carrie, I support your point of view. I brought that proposal to some of our builders, and they were not responsive to this code change that's being proposed. So I had several people from LeGrand to Baker and Ontario that were opposed to this code change. So I support your stance there.
Definitely could be an issue for the builders, you know, not just an issue for the jurisdiction and monitoring it, but for the builders that, you know, especially production builders that have, you know, development in south end of our county and, you know, versus the north end of the county, having to order a different product. And Seems like that could be a problem.
Yeah, Carrie, I see what you're saying. It's like now we're regulating where is your house located? What's the elevation? It's more things to chase. And I'm not sure of the cost benefit of that.
I guess just to balance that aspect, we do technically still do that for seismic and for snow load and those sorts.
Right, those are all structural.
We have maps for that.
Well, even elevation
Yeah.
point, we have that in our GIS database. So it's not a huge stretch. I'm not necessarily advocating either way, but we do have some tools for that. I guess for me, for the Central Oregon part, since he's deviating from the ICC proposal, is a 4,000 more amicable to that area? Is there less topography change? More structures would be unfortunately caught, but less that would be having to decide between the two for your jurisdictions?
Well, even if that worked for, I guess maybe other jurisdictions don't have a concern with it. I mean, that might fix the issue for Deschutes County, but it just, I don't know, seems like, yes, we do that for snow load and seismic and structural things that really matter, but maybe could we, how big of an energy issue would it be to move the U value back to a number that works for the windows without having to monitor at the different elevations? Is that an option? I don't know.
So from the division, yes, we'd have to analyze about how many homes are affected by this. They are going to point 3 is going into the 2024. That does line up. I guess that would then mean that there would still be Energy Star windows available for higher elevations at that point. So, and I think that's part of the reason for that is it's sort of a federal thing for what they're calling Energy Star windows, and its alignment with that might be would be less of an impact on the total allowance for us, and whether it's alignment with, it's up to the group, but noting how to look at, it's really a small exception for homes above an elevation you might select and a U factor involved with that. So this is out for everyone's discussion. We did note what the code officials are noting, that this could be a little problematic, but that's
just so you guys know, Eastern Oregon, we don't support this code change. So, and we're the ones with the high elevations.
This is Rex. I tend not to support this, as it sounds like in the next code cycle it may get addressed anyway, or at least better than we're looking at here. And this, with the supply chain issues they have, and now introducing 2 types of windows for the Central Oregon region, and we'll have a similar problem down in Klamath County as well. Because I tend not to support this, and maybe take a look at it at the next code change cycle.
I concur.
I might add is the new information introduced on Energy Star. Energy Star version 7.0 was released last week, and for this northern climate zone, that U factor requirement is going to be a 0.22 U factor for windows. So it's significantly more stringent. If we were to live with what's being proposed at a 0.3 and at 4,000 foot, I could live with that. We were perhaps shooting for the moon and live with something a little bit more palatable. But those windows are all available. All of the manufacturers out there make them available. It's a simple ordering issue.
Do you say they do make them available at the U22 that could work at higher elevations, or?
No, the new Energy Star, and again, we shouldn't confuse code and Energy Star. Energy Star is a voluntary program administered by the EPA, but so it's completely separate from the energy code. Will that window be available for those higher elevations? Probably not much, if at all, for right now. Now, new technology is coming out every day. There may be some products out there, but today that may be pretty limited.
I think Carrie's question was also, is there a U 0.3 readily available.
Yes, every day, energy codes have been requiring 0.3 for the last 2 cycles at least.
I was asking on the, he had mentioned U.22, if there's a product that works at higher elevations.
Oh,
I know code just has to be 0.27 at this point, but
I don't have a good
he had
answer.
mentioned that product. Curious availability.
I don't have a good answer to that one. It may be a little bit more of a challenge for folks to hit that one.
And, you know, especially being from the valley side, I would definitely defer to the people that this would affect the most. I think it's fair to also point out that the individual affected people still have the ability to reach out to the jurisdictions and do an alternate method. So, or a trade-off. So that there's still that path available. Just because we don't codify it in code doesn't mean they can't do it. It's just we put the onus back on them.
I appreciate that, Jonathan, and would agree coming from Clackamas County.
That's where I am at also. Thank you.
So I'm getting a feel for a no. Just not trying to.
Mine is no.
Too early for this one personally. Let's go to next
Yeah.
cycle on it.
I'm a no as well.
Same, no.
Agree.
No.
I'll abstain.
Mine is a no vote.
All right, next, so we're in general.
Did we lose audio?
I can't hear anything either. Can you hear me, Kevin?
Oh,
Yes.
I needed to, my microphone was muted once again.
Gosh, what happens when we say no to something?
Shut it down.
Right.
I wasn't on that. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We had all the microphones up here. So we are moving on to the proposal from Northwest Efficiency Alliance on section N 1101.1 additional measures. They did do a code-to-code review on the savings analysis and showing about a $70 per year savings from going from one measure to 2 measures being required. The cost analysis was based on one code compliance path for looking at going from 1 to 2. There wasn't an analysis really on going from 2 to 3 because we would expect a slightly higher return on that. That's on our analysis of this. With that, I would let the proponent speak to the group and go through their code proposal. Kevin?
Thanks. One process question before we go. There is another code proposal on this topic from New Buildings Institute, and I suspect that we're about to get into a lot of detail and specifics around the packages themselves and how they currently stack up. That other proposal would change our conversation considerably, and so it might be more logical to process that one first so that we don't spend a lot of time talking about something that we ultimately change later.
So currently we have moving forward with this table, and this is a proposal to modify the current table. We would, let's see here, the New Buildings Institute proposal is looking at this table, but also at creating a new section
And we were looking at that as being a sort of toward the end of this when it's at 11:04 point. It's creating a new table and a different methodology for doing the additional credits, but we were going to go with one that's aligning with what's currently been sort of reviewed and approved by, or said, this is where we're starting from. But we could do that one next after this one, or you could defer.
Yeah, I'm thinking in terms of like optimal sequencing, it would make sense to do that one first. This same issue was the case for the 2024 IECC recently, and we processed it in this order for this reason. Not optimally, perhaps, is that I don't see anyone from NBI on the call today, so they wouldn't be here to do that. So for that reason, it might make sense to keep things in the current order, assuming that we're going to have stuff still on the docket for next meeting. I just wanted to put this process forward in case there was a way to save time by doing one way or the other.
If you'd like, we could defer both of them for the next meeting if you'd like.
Mr. Rex, I was going to suggest that these sound like a couple of the more meaty, complex things. 2:13 in the afternoon. Maybe obviously we're going to be back next week. Maybe we start off with these two next week, or defer them to next week.
What's the other one?
That is New Buildings Institute. I forget the title.
It's number 22 in the numbered list on the website, if that helps.
The efficiency credits table.
Yeah. No.
And to give background on this is sort of aligning with, yes, there is a model code methodology with it's sort of a points method. It's not quite in alignment with what is in Washington, but it is another way of looking at, instead of a limited list of additional measures, a potentially longer menu of points and getting to a minimum point number. So
I don't know. I hate kicking things down the road because, you know, Kevin's here, he's able to speak, and while his provision may get thrown out if we decide to adopt the New Buildings Institute's one later, we have to dispose of it either way. So we might as well just talk about it.
Yeah, I will be here next time as well, as a committee member. So no issue here. I'm on board with delaying them. It's not like we don't have other things to talk about for the rest of the day. So I'm fine with moving them to next meeting.
I support that idea too.
We'll get to some less meaty items. So continuing through the list, the next item is from, if I remember correctly, it's from Mr. Kevin Duell at Northwest Natural Gas about a change from the our current additional, if we can bring up the additional measures table. When it comes to water heating items, the current table has three options. One of them, item C, we had left in the code once upon a time of trying to find a way to still have something other than a quote condensing efficiency water heater. But if we had that in there, we had to have some additional item, which would be the drain water heat recovery unit. And it's limiting in its application and uptake. And the proposal is really to strike that and then, for all intents and purposes, have it such that fuel-fired water heaters, whether it's instantaneous or not, If it's over 20 gallons, it needs to be the 0.90. And I will let the proponent, if you'd like to discuss your proposal, maybe in more detail, and hopefully we got that right.
It's exactly right, Mark. Thank you. And I guess, first of all, apologies, because this proposal doesn't actually comply with the submittal requirements. That is, no energy modeling was provided. So, excuse me, but my question about that is, I agree that some modeling would be helpful, and that it's not just obvious that increasing the efficiency of the water heater will make up the savings of the drain water heat recovery unit. But my question about that is, since this is a system that's weather independent, it strikes me that this could just be a simple spreadsheet analysis, or maybe it's not so simple, but you know what I'm saying? It's not a full modeling exercise, that it's really just a matter of occupants and their behavior. And in that regard, I think there's parameters for how to do that. And I just wondered if maybe this should be delayed so that I can perform those calculations.
And thank you. Yes, we were just wanted to note that, yes, from our prior look at this using the drain water heat recovery unit, depending on how it was installed and how often it's used, probably is less efficient than the other options. So is it needed? Probably not. It's and if here we were having it here for discussion, in that it's whether or not anyone is even doing this option, and from the building official standpoint, it's very difficult to see the drain water heat recovery unit. So it was just shy of making me not applicable, to be honest, just to
sure
open.
Well, and I guess I should clarify a little further. In defense of not submitting a cost or energy analysis, the assumption was, well, if A works as a 90%er, then C ought to work as a 90%er. But I realize there's a cost differential, but I believe that the cost differential from a non-condensing to a condensing tankless is less than, well, never mind. I'm not going to go down there. The performance should be, my point was the performance of A and C as proposed anyway, ought to be similar. I'm not sure if the cost difference works out because my baseline is different than A. That was quite a lot of word salad. I hope that made sense.
And Kevin, from the vision point, holding up general, we saw that, it is a cost, most likely a cost reduction for most applications. There are very few that, once you do the drain water heat, we did note that the net is there's probably a net savings, but it was just taking away an option. So is there a net savings there? It's not a cost impact would be one way to put this, is that that's why we check the NA on this.
Right.
On that part, but just sort of, what was it? You always had the option to go with a 0.90 anyway, from an energy efficiency standpoint, regardless. So, so the intent of this, so really when you get down to it, there really isn't a change in energy efficiency, because, it was just seeing whether or not that was a review, which would have been a manual calc. Is that more or less efficient than using a drain water heat recovery unit in the 0.8?
I see. So you're saying really that before the change, how do I say this? Before we put storage into option A, it was all water heaters. So you could always go to 0.9. Right. And avoid the drain water heat recovery. Okay, I get you. And what we've done here is say, well, no. Storage water heaters greater than 20 gallons, one path. Instantaneous, another path. Okay. So I guess I'm going to back up and say, I don't think calculations are necessary.
The only calculation would be looking at what went away.
I see.
It would have been a manual calc, would have been acceptable on that, just to say. what went away. Our understanding is that it was probably less efficient than the 0.90 water heater, but really depends on whose study you look at. So
Fair enough.
Look for.
Okay, enough for me.
I guess from my vantage point, from the, accepting the proposal from the base that we accepted earlier today is, in essence, we're taking away something that at least Mark's modeling or the division's modeling said worked, and takes away an option. So since water heaters were already allowed, whether it was an on-demand style tankless or a storage, I would probably just say, let's stick with the baseline and not move forward with this proposal, because really just clarify something, which is nice, but I think jurisdictionally and installers have always just looked at it as water heaters in general, not broke in the classifications.
Given that comment, can I just withdraw this?
Anyone is welcome to withdraw at any time.
Because I think what you're saying is this just eliminates an option. It doesn't improve anything. So in that case, never mind.
I support you, Kevin.
Okay, so I will withdraw this proposal.
Kevin, like your idea, though. Thank you.
Sounds good.
The next one is from Kevin Rose and NEEA about the HSPF2 and SEER2 levels. This one should be pretty quick, I hope. As I explained earlier, we have still working through all the new federal rules of how they're going to call a home air or a home heat pump heating efficiency for the HSPF number. They're giving it a new designation, but they're taking in different calculations. There's a way to correlate what is in our tables or our old HSPF number to the new number. This is a proposal to align those two. Again, it will ease verification for building officials because there's going to be a change in these efficiency levels and how you designate it right in the middle of our code. So, and during the adoption period. So if Kevin would like to speak to this further,
Sure, I will do that. So first, an incredibly minor typo. It's probably obvious, but in the table N1101.3 portion of what we proposed, currently I have an extra character struck out. It's probably obvious that I meant HSBF2 of 9.0 and not 0.0, but I figured I would point that out. Yeah, as was mentioned, this was our attempt to convert in the absence of an abundance of industry certainty and clarity at this point on how these new metrics translate, to take what came out of the DOE process, take what's come out of conversations with industry and efficiency advocates. Those two are all the same numbers conveniently, and to apply those factors to the existing values to, provide their two metric equivalents. As Mark mentioned earlier, leaving the original numbers and the new ones. So hopefully that means that anything that currently complies doesn't not apply in the future, which seems like a good practice. So I'm curious, certainly industry has the best perspective on this one. And I've been in correspondence a little bit with Daikin, more so for the 2024 IECC equivalent of these conversations. but part of what they've presented publicly on this topic has informed my proposal as well, per the write-up. So, yeah, that's the introduction. I think we should be continue to be open to any industry feedback that we get through the course of this process. But this was our attempts to fill in those placeholder values that currently exist in the code for those new metrics.
I think this is great. I wonder, could there be an occasion in the next couple of years where the industry might say, oh, well, no, it's 8.4, and that we could just have an addendum or a clarification at that time?
From the division, Mark Heiser, yes, that would be possible. And again, I think what Kevin noted was, if we hear anything from AHRI, this is all built into federal rulemaking. So if we hear from the actual manufacturers group that is very involved in making sure the numbers are correct. But we reached out to them as well in the meantime while Kevin was working on this, and it looks like they're very close. But if we do see something different in the meantime, between now and the main board meeting, we would bring that to their attention, that this is if we get the approval that based on current numbers, we're in a 1-to-1, they're equal efficiencies between the two, HSPF regular and HSPF2. We could address that before the board meeting or even before the final code publication if needed.
Okay.
That's your direct.
That sounds good.
I support approval.
Support approval. You
too.
bet.
I do as well.
This one doesn't seem like a close vote, but since I'll have ones that are probably more of a close vote, are proponents who are also committee members able to vote on their own proposals?
Good question.
You can give your opinion, and but it's nice to give a noting that I am the proponent.
I would think that
If
would
it comes down to a tie, you'll have to arm wrestle.
Then we might chastise you if you come out against your own
right.
proposal.
That's what I was just kind of self-evident that you're in support.
All right. Next one is from Northwest Natural in the small addition measures table N1101.3. This one did go into full depth on analysis. Right now, there is misalignment between what's required for furnace efficiency in the additions table versus what's required in the baseline or in the new homes versus alterations or small additions table. The attempt is to align those numbers, and we'll let the proponents speak to this. We did include their numbers for potential cost increase. So.
And again, I'm failing 2 tests, energy modeling and cost analysis. And you have the intent exactly right, which is just to align the two. There is, as you've noted in the analysis, there is actually a difference in price between the two. I will say that for the builders we work with, most are just putting in 96%ers anyway. So, but just an alignment was the only goal.
And a note from the division, it's not a rollback, it's actually an improvement in the code. And I think I put in our analysis that yes, it might help with the number of different units that are stocked. So they're not stocking suppliers aren't stocking furnaces for retrofits and then a different furnace for new construction. Most of their, it would help that they're not doing 2 sets of equipment, but just a general discussion note.
I support the proposal for the clarity between the two areas of the code, because even from a inspection standpoint, it's difficult to have areas that have different code requirements. So it's nice to have consistency. And again, it is just an option.
Agreed.
I support it also.
I concur.
All right. Okay, I think we have a general agreement on this one. The next one has to do with our default U factors. They're really, we're back into nominal, maybe $140 for those who do select the option.
Are we talking about the furnace again?
Yeah, just making sure what Ian needs on
Oh,
that,
yeah.
since it's an option. I don't know.
I think you noted, Mark, it was about $170, and I think that's accurate.
I believe that was your, yeah. But again, we can do, before it goes to final, we can go back through and work up what moves to the code commit, excuse me, to the board. Next item is related to table N 1104.1 paren 2. What we have had in the past is a group of default U factors. So if people are doing trade-offs, we've listed the U factors for different construction types, and a plan reviewer inspector from Washington County who actually helped develop the trade-off table. We have an Excel file where you can do automatic trade-offs. It includes some construction methodologies that aren't in the table, and it's a request to include values for R23 wall insulation in the default U factor table. This is really bringing in items that are already in our spreadsheet so that people can, and we're seeing a lot more homes that are being built with, you know, the blow-in and spat at R23. So it just is providing those U factors for those. Just getting it he's requesting it be published.
I would support the proposal and actually recommend that BCD do a quick verification that anything on the additional measures table has a U factor built into that prescriptive table.
Any other discussion?
I did want to add to that. So this is Wayne Parker from Washington County. I wanted to add on that it wasn't necessarily just the R23, because I know the table, the Excel calculator talks about blow-in when those numbers were created, because they were originally based on Oregon Department of Energy numbers created back in the 80s. I'm seeing a lot of bat insulation used now as well. It's R23. And I'm seeing some other products that are commonly being requested by the designers, and even in case of homeowners, whether that be some rigid above roof or just different methodologies. And so my idea behind incorporating these values is really about helping out homeowners and small contractors. And I didn't provide an analysis because I really didn't think there was anything impacted, but there really is, because it ends up saving money for homeowners, small contractors, even the size of Highline and so on, because then if they're trying to do something that's different, that is standard that's out there, they don't have to go hire an engineer to dig through ASHRAE and try and figure out what the word salad of ASHRAE is and what they have to do to meet the equivalency. So it was really about just kind of bringing over all the normal stuff. And again, Portland may have some different stuff that's being used. Malheur County may have some other stuff, and commodities are being used from out of Idaho that we're not commonly seeing here in the Valley. And so the idea was that we kind of, as all jurisdictions, as groups, kind of say, okay, hey, here's some common items. Can we get these put back into the standard table, and then the stuff that we commonly see in the calculator also incorporated, such as just the foam insulation, spray foam that's in there as well, and some other stuff. So it was a little bit more than the 23. It was kind of an ask of input from a larger group, but I was so late in getting it written up, I didn't have a chance to send it out to industry.
This is Rex. I'm supportive of the proposal, Wayne. I'm a little, are we trying to give an action item to BCD to come up with a list of other items put in the table during this code proposal cycle?
Yes.
How would BCD feel about that?
I think if we start now with some that we commonly know that we can easily generate, we should go ahead and do that, and then maybe query for future add-ins later if we can. I think BCD is aware that those are there, and I know when we worked on the calculator, we were creating them anyway, and we knew that someday this would rear its head. It was just a matter of time.
Thank you, Wayne. Yes, that we can take that as a directive, and as we find things that are suggested or we're finding new construction methods, we may just create a new technical bulletin that is just a ongoing, continuous. These are the accepted default U factors, because you will find that there are differences of what different organizations think the default U factors are, and we do sort of rely on. We're trying to maintain all of our apples to apples comparisons. When we do that, we actually, Wayne and I spent a lot of time looking at standard 90.1 tables in the word salad, and what's in the current tables and what's in the current calculator. So yes, we can take that as it's acceptable to this group. We note that we will be adding more of the more common ones that are on there, and maybe take out a few, and then maybe expanding the accepted, where homeowners are looking to do their own calculation and do something a little different, say with different combinations of foam here, wall there. We've got a lot covered, but if we see something that's being asked about regularly, we will add that to the list.
You'll do that in your spare time?
Yeah.
This is Jamin. I would just like to add, I fully support that. Just my experience in the last code cycle, I had to go buy a very expensive ASHRAE book just to show one number to a building official. So the more options that are published to make it easier, I fully support.
I also support this. I think it's going in a logical direction.
And support as well.
We got a general thumbs up on this one. No cost involved. It's just really expanding available pre-published technical data.
I would support it as well. This is Adelie. We see both over here in Eastern Oregon, and thank you. You're correct. Most of our building supplies comes out of Idaho, who is actually right now contemplating on adopting their energy code. We're seeing both blown in and bats for the R23 when they choose that option.
Next up is a fenestration air leakage proposal from Mr. Steve Strawn about bringing the most current ICC IRC code language in relative to air leakage tables.
Steve Strawn from JELD-WEN. All I'm doing is just clarifying and updating again the fenestration air leakage requirements consistent with the IECC. For many years, well, in fact, since the 2000 Energy Code came out, these requirements for 0.3, maximum 0.3 CFM air leakage requirements have been in the code. They've been part of our industry standards, both from the National Fenestration Rating Council certification requirements and the North American Fenestration Standard requirements, both of which are referenced in the building and energy codes. So all I'm doing is proposing to simply bring the code up to date with the requirements that have been long industry standards. So again, where they are sitting today, 0.37 CFM for windows, 3.7 for swinging doors, 3.7 for sliding doors. Let's just clean it all up and use the industry standards that are referenced. This proposal also suggests updating the NFRC 400 to the 2020 edition. In fact, just yesterday, we approved the 2022 update to that, but 20 is fine.
Thank you. And just a general editorial note of what we'll be doing. There's some other proposals about dates. what we will be doing is not having the date in the code section. We put it in the reference standards, and we'll have those latest numbers there. This is
There was a question about that,
So
whether I
on-
should include it, but in the reference standard, it actually makes sense.
I'd be in support of this. This is Rex.
Support, Ms. Natalie.
Jonathan, I support the provision.
I do also.
Natalie, I support that.
Yeah, Kevin Duell, support this as well.
Agreed.
All right, next up is Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance, Kevin Rose on air change testing and air sealing of homes. They did submit weighted analysis and showing an average savings and gave a cost analysis for the work necessary to get to the change. And it's taking what is currently a or and turning it into an and, where it's requiring both a meeting the table and doing a air blower door test. There's some other notes about where we are and what happened in the 2021 code that should be considered. But Kevin?
Yeah, thanks. Lots of information in the proposal itself and in your summary thereof, so I don't want to duplicate things that folks maybe have read already or can read on their own. But this is one. First of all, the cost benefit analysis that we did, it's certainly within the life of the building envelope, which is, could be a whole lot longer, could be hundreds of years, but we're if we're just talking about decades, we're all right too. In terms of a little bit more than just the numbers and where they shake out, looking at the 2030 goal, there's a variety of research that's been done out there for different paths to that level of efficiency, and a tighter envelope is always recognized as one of the ways to most cost effectively get to that level of performance. And I'm sure that folks are interested in being able to build as cheaply as possible in 2030 when that time comes. In order to be able to require very tight envelopes through that code, we don't want to give builders who aren't there yet, we don't want them to take that step all at once, right? That would be a tough sell and a hard ask. So the proposal is to one, require testing so that folks are getting a sense of where they're at. You don't know what you can't measure. And so folks who aren't already doing that may just not have any sense of where they are with respect to a metric that, is likely going to be put upon them by an upcoming code in order, to get to 2030 in a cost-effective way. The other part of the proposal is to not just require testing, but to set a threshold. We've chosen to, leverage the logic where BCD landed of why they chose the number that they did. Certainly there could be conversation about whether that's the right number or not, but it's not exactly a passive house super tight number. It's something that seems within the realm of possibility given performance as measured in the Oregon field study, as well as program homes that are already achieving these figures in large numbers in Oregon. That's it for the summary.
So I want to start off by, I'm not saying I support the provision, I support the concept. So let's go with that to begin with. This is something that's been talked about quite a bit. worn several hats in my career. And when we were talking about this back for the 11 code with some of your predecessors, it seems we're still to a small point in a similar space to where we were at when we were talking about that and lower door tests, which was the infrastructure for everywhere outside the valley is still lacking. And you mentioned that in your proposal, and that's a challenge from a jurisdictional standpoint. That's a challenge from an implementation standpoint. And, frankly, having those conversations, 12 years ago, it's concerning that 12 years ago, we talked about that. We talked about how that was going to get accomplished, and we're still at that same spot. So it's challenging to want to put into code, you must do something, when we adamantly admit that there's lack of testing in place at the moment. So there's some challenge to that. And then equally, as a person that greatly values energy efficiency, I, in previous life, was the author of the 11 energy code with NEEA's help and energy Earth Advantage. And the reality is, the building community, the housing affordability and everything like that, it's so constrained right now that, even in our jurisdiction, our starting basic houses are $400,000. So we keep adding additional costs to a home where it's obviously there is a return, but especially with, I won't say historically, because there were way worse interest rates, but in very high interest rates, it's hard to want to even go back to my jurisdiction and say, hey, now you have to do this, even though it can save you money per year for the life of your home. And it's really good building science for your home. I support the building science of it. So I guess from my vantage point, there's some challenges in saying we should put this in the code right now. And especially as a person that used to work for a builder, I'll always have some challenges with anything that we're testing to and then have it self-certification, because the credibility is challenging, especially in a very lit.
Adelaide, excuse me. Gosh.
Yes, we, because I worked in another state before, NEEA did all the funding and all the training where we self-certified contractors over in Idaho for the blower door and air balancing. I get the concern with credibility. We had systems put in place for spot checking until there is some type of training or certification program. As you mentioned, with it of people being available, I'll drive 4 hours one way for an inspection over here. We go clear down to Nevada to McDermott. And when they're building a new home, to make them send a third party down for one house out of the 20 houses we build a year, that's really going to add to the cost. I did connect Alana with David Freelove, who was our energy code circuit writer that helped with all that training. It is possible. It's been done in other states, so I'd like to see that looked at before we put a mandate in across the state that isn't feasible. I support the concept. It was really great. We're making these houses so tight. We do need to test them. We just need those tools put in place.
All right, Carrie? Mike? Still muted, Carrie.
Carrie, you're muted if you're.
Sorry, thanks. Yeah. Just in looking at the data that was shared in the summary, it looks like even the 2017 houses were meeting the number that's proposed. And so it just feels like an added cost. I totally get the concept of, I like how you said, and helping builders know if they're getting there or on target or whatever, but I wouldn't support this at this point. It sounds like homes would meet it just with what the code requires. And now we're just adding another cost and third-party testing.
That one would be the ductwork one, but
Well, it talks about 17,000 homes constructed under 2017 code. Is that not talking blower door? Says the average was at 3.07 air change.
Those were program homes, so those are ones that had to meet that level, but that does show that.
Yeah, another data point, if I can jump in, I see Jamin has his hand up, so I don't want to subvert process too much, but another data point is, as referenced in my proposal, a field study that was conducted by PNNL of non-program homes. The average for those homes was 4.12, so above this level. And Oregon is not unique in that while it's a roughly bell-shaped curve, it's got a long tail in the less efficient direction. And I'm thinking especially of those homes and those builders where if we are eventually moving to a 2030 level of tightness, that's going to be a very large step for them to have to take, and it seems like it would be tough to make them do that all at once.
I definitely can understand that. Is the 4 point whatever you said air change under the new code with the new air barrier requirements, or was that under the old code?
That was under the 2017 code.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have an updated, or at least I don't have access to a similar study conducted under the latest code.
And Jamin?
I just wanted to add that in general, I'm not going to support anything that adds additional costs to a new home, especially in this time when costs are skyrocketing, unless it's a benefit to the homeowner. I feel our homes are sealed very tightly, as most builders do. But just to kind of tie this in with Kevin's other proposal about the second additional measure, if ducting is buried deep or in an unconditioned space, I would support this measure if it was in lieu of adding a second additional measure for having the ducting buried in the attic. So I think this would be a compromise where, if we're going to bury our ducting in the attic, then it'd be fair to test it, and a more fair requirement than having to add a whole another additional measure. And I think a lot more cost effective and a better value to the consumer. So it was just my thought on it.
Hey, Jamie, just for clarification, I think I see your point, because the current additional measures has that as an option, but I guess it does actually require the heat recovery ventilator. So
the other proposal was putting a second additional measure as a condition of burying the ducting in the attic. And this is also an additional requirement if you want your ducting in an unconditional space. That's how I understand it, correct? Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying, rather than having both of these, I would support this one over the other if we're going to bury our ducting in the attic.
And I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Are we talking about, because there are two proposals for sealing, one is the building, one is for ducts. Are we talking about both simultaneously?
I was talking about the ducting.
Okay.
So earlier I expressed my opposition to the requiring a second additional measure if the ducting is buried in the attic. But I'm just saying this is a better option than that if you're going to put a condition on burying your ducting in the attic.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying
and I'll clarify for him that we're currently on the proposal for requiring a blower door test for homes to currently under the proposal 3.25 ACH. So as written.
I'm just noting in the cost analysis that this would have a 37-year payback. Is that correct?
I thought we were looking at the pressure testing for ducting if it was in an unconditioned or buried in the attic.
No, we're talking about the blower door test.
Blower door test. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
would it be useful for all proposals to pull up maybe the commentary document or something that shows which proposal we're on screen?
I'm trying to scroll through them as we go, and I may have scrolled to the wrong one.
To keep track, yeah.
We don't see the screen any longer if you still have it pulled up.
Jamin? Jamin, I see your hand up.
Not anymore.
Did those in the room hear the request to have the proposal brought on the screen to share?
And I think Laura's working on it.
Oh, okay.
I just want to add, I appreciate what Carrie said about and the clarification on the testing. If they included homes that now have that air sealing requirement. I do feel like we are building better homes at each incremental code cycle. And if I had more data that showed that that wasn't working and we needed this requirement, then I might consider it. But at this stage, I am not in favor of this proposal.
There it is.
This is Rex. Just for the record, I won't be supporting this proposal. I don't think the infrastructure is there for one thing, and the payback is excessive, and I think it's an overreach from our goal of just meeting EO 17-20.
I won't be supporting this measure.
I wanted to hear as much feedback as I could. I'm getting the sense that maybe we're winding down on that. I did want to address the infrastructure piece, right? Because it is real, and I mentioned it in the in my write-up because it's you can't have blower door testing if you don't have people who know how to blower door test. So I did a couple of things in the proposal, but there's still a couple options that we have if that makes or breaks it for you. So in the proposal, and it sounds like people are lukewarm on this, I didn't require folks to be specifically HERS or BPI certified or something like that. While that would increase the credence in the results, it seems like that would work against the lack of infrastructure that I've heard. So that was an attempt to try to harmonize that. Certainly open to different opinions on that piece. But if folks are in any case feeling that this is too much too soon in terms of the testers not being available to do this, one other option, and it's something that's been done in another state, is to delay the implementation, phase in this testing to make it clear, send industry a very clear signal that this is an area worth investing in, that people, individuals who are wondering, should I get certified, would see very clearly, yes, in X years, there will be a market for my services. And that could help provide, I heard somebody mention, 12 years we were having the same conversations and the market really hasn't developed. Maybe that's the sort of thing that would really help to prime that market, is to not do it maybe immediately, but to make it clear that that's where we're heading, phase it in. And heck, there's even some money coming from the Fed that is going into training and all of that stuff that could even help support all of that. You shouldn't tie your vote to that, but it's worth mentioning. So I wanted to put those other options out there in case that materially changes folks' thoughts about whether this is something that they can support or not.
I know here in Deschutes County, we are seeing a lot. We weren't really having blower door tests before the 2021. Hardly anybody was doing them before the 2021 code that says you either comply with Table N 1104.8 or do a blower door test. And we are having quite a few choose that option. So I do think we're, probably getting more testers out there and companies that are getting that business, and will help gradually build that infrastructure. But I do think it's at this point just an added cost to require it.
Kevin, I support what you just said. What does phase in look like? And maybe that question is to everyone.
I know in a couple areas of the code, and this is Jonathan, we had some phase-in periods. Arc fault circuit interrupters were one out of the electrical code, a couple for the building code in the past. And basically it's when BCD or us as the committee recommend implementation, but postpone it to, especially back in the day, we used to do a solid midterm amendment type thing, and it didn't get enforced until after, say, that midterm amendment or a specific date. So that way people knew it was coming and they had greater time to adjust to it. The drawback in that, it was more because we were waiting on, say, like a product to come available completely to ramp up production. Or in this case, we would end up needing to get people to create businesses. So that's a totally different subject matter in my mind.
This is Natalie. I wouldn't support the phase-in until we had some type of roadmap for training with the funding. We all have good intentions, but until we actually have funding secured, training set up, how it's going to roll out and look, I wouldn't want to do that. That might be better for the next code cycle, but to do a phased approach, somebody said they've been working on this for 12 years. We still don't have a solid plan. So I would be concerned with supporting a phased in plan. It might be something better to come back next code cycle with a training plan or do some training in the interim.
So are we hearing a consensus here? So we can wrap this one up.
This is Natalie. It's a no.
No.
Looking like a no. And we should probably break. Looks like we're going to be going full schedule today till 4. If the committee wants a break.
Yes, please.
Thank you. It is currently 3:05 on our clock. What do we say? 3:15 or 3:20?
15.
3:15. 10-minute break. Are we ready to go? Let's see. Whoever's not here, raise your hand. It looks like we have everyone today. Let's 3:15, getting back to the public proposal. One thing I wanted to bring up right now is that we skipped one by accident. So we are going to go back to a modification on air barrier or table N1104.8. Is that the correct one that we had missed? And because I can't find it in my packet. So it modifies the air barrier installation and air sealing requirement for windows, doors. The addition of air to the first sentence is, of course, editorial. The second sentence provides additional clarity. And it's really about clarifying, making sure cavities are filled with insulation when you install a door. But I will defer to the proponent so we can go through this one just to catch up, and then we'll move back to where we were in the order. Thank you.
Mark. Steve Strawn from JELD-WEN. Obviously, yes, a couple of clarifications. One should be air sealed. One of the requirements of this is, of course, air barrier, so we want it to be air sealed. The other part is, to your point, you said should be filled. We have to be a little bit careful that we don't fill that cavity, because the cavity also acts as sort of a drainage plane. So if you overfill it, there's no place for any of the unintended moisture water to go. So while you create an interior air seal and an insulation barrier around that seal, you are also not overfilling and not allowing any drainage. So this is why I add the part in: framing cavities around windows, skylights, and doors shall contain continuous insulation or be installed per the fenestration manufacturer's instructions. It's all very clear. Most all manufacturers provide that. It's actually a part of an EPA installation requirement if you're an Energy Star partner.
I believe we sent something about the use of the word continuous installation side by side to make sure we're not talking about a defined term.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, yes, yes.
And
so, in other words, a continuous is without a break. It's not to fill the cavity, but provide a layer of continuous insulation in the interior of that cavity. That confused the issue.
Often when we talk about continuous, it's like, say, on the outside of a building and it's continuous, so there's no breaks in the actual envelope.
If I could clarify, you said it exactly right. So there's no break in the insulation. So this is within the cavity, the rough opening cavity between the window and the framing. So it's a continuous, not to be confused with continuous insulation that we require in the wall framing.
Yeah, and I think, just looking at the way it's written, I think that adds some of the challenge in the way you're choosing to use framing cavity, and then how we use continuous insulation, where you're talking more the annular space around the fenestration. So that's what we refer to from a building code standpoint. So it would probably be better to have a friendly amendment to say the annular space around the window, skylights, doors shall.
That's an interesting point. We have wrestled with this as an industry. How do we make it very clear? I could accept that as a friendly amendment if that makes it clearer to the users what's intended.
Yeah, for the division, that would make it a little bit clearer, and also noting that the other point is to make sure you're following the manufacturer's installation instructions, where there are times where you have things warning people, please do not put expanding foam in this cavity because the window won't open anymore. That's the reason for the other language. So that's to give some clarity to the group here.
The point
why
is
we brought
creating an interior air seal and some an insulation, an annular installation around that. That's all we're looking for. Or to your other point, Mark, follow the manufacturer's installation instructions.
Any questions from in our audience?
I guess from being on both sides, from the construction world and then, doing what I do now, it seems like what you're proposing is already standard practice. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to just put in the code to make sure that's clear what the intent is for the air sealing, since we've stepped up our air sealing.
As direct, I agree with the spirit of it, and I like adding the annular part of it, or some other way to describe it more specifically.
I'm in support of the proposal.
I am as well.
And we'll note that that's really more for clarification and installation methods, not a cost analysis. It's
it is a clarification.
Code clarification. All right.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, so we got thumbs up out and around. I don't see any hands up. We'll move forward, going back to, now that I've caught up with one that I missed, we are back to Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance ductwork, leakage testing. The analysis was provided. It was relative to older code. We did look at how that goes, and the payback is approximate, as noted, outside the 30-year time frame, but it is looking to get the leakage rate for ducts that are outside the home in the category of what's allowed under the Zero Energy Ready Home programs. So the
proponent, Kevin?
Yeah. So since we're familiar with the last proposal, we spent a fair amount of time on it, and thank you for the consideration on that one. I'll try and draw some parallels here, maybe shortcut the conversation a little bit. So there are some shared elements that, the cost benefit analysis, certainly within the useful life of the ductwork. So there's a cost effectiveness argument to be made there. A lot of the things that folks found not appealing about the blower door analog of this proposal are more in the favor of this proposal. So what do I mean by that? The data, I mentioned that P&L field study, which was done on the 2017 code, but it's the best available information of code-built homes that we have. The tail, the folks who were having worse duct leakage was longer. It was further out. So there was one home that was above 15 CFM25. The model codes are talking about 4, in IECC, for example. So that's significantly more than where the nation is. That's just one home as part of a larger distribution, but it speaks to that same point around as we get towards a 2030 level of building, and if folks are still locating ducts not fully in conditioned space, the level of performance is probably going to have to improve in order to have a optimally cost efficient design. There's lots of other things that could be done. Certainly there are other technologies that could help get towards cost efficiency, but again, sealing has been shown time and again to be one of the very best options available. So another thing that folks didn't like about the blower door testing one was that this would be it'd be a requirement for all buildings. Well, this requirement would apply only to those homes that opt out of the ducts fully inside, the sort of main requirement in the code, and opt to bury ducts, and that section that we spent a fair amount of time in. So all of the concerns about workforce, while still present, are certainly smaller because it would be a smaller fraction of the homes using that. And builder concerns about this added cost, well, you have the choice to not have to incur it by using the ducts located inside. So that I think that's all I wanted to say to introduce it. Thank you.
Let me see if any hands are up, any comments.
I'll go ahead and comment. I am more in favor of this. I feel that we do have systems testing, for plumbing systems, that kind of thing, and it makes sense that if we're going to allow a change of ducts being outside of the envelope with the encased insulation, that we would want to somehow test this. So thank you.
Are the oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Raise my hand. So the data that you shared is pre-2021, before it was being filled with mastic. Looks like most, and I guess these are also program homes, would meet that. It feels like another added cost that could also delay the project, where likely that 10 feet in most cases is fine. I would not be in support of this.
I am in support of this. I do feel like it is a way that testing is getting brought into the code, and it is just for this optional route of where the ducting is. So I would approve this one.
This is Rex. My initial gut on this is I'm not in favor of it, again, for additional cost that exceeds our goal. But I guess I'd like to hear from the builder, Jamie, on this, if you have a feel for what this means to you out in the real world.
Yeah, I kind of jumped the gun and shared my opinion on this early, but I'm not in favor of it at face value, especially when you look at the time it would take to get the money back that it could potentially save. And then Carrie's comments about the data being pre-mastic, where ducts are going to be sealed better than when that data was collected. I do think it's the lesser of two evils, as opposed to adding an additional measure for the ducting buried in the attic. So I guess if it was this or that, I would choose this as the lesser of two evils. But this by itself, I'm not in favor of.
Jonathan, actually to build onto Jamin's comment, I would definitely be willing to support bringing it in if it was an alternative to the additional measure, and then that allows the builders some flexibility. It allows the areas underserved by testing at the time an option to go ahead and just do the additional measure, and then it basically provides what Kevin was talking about before, a precursor for what may come, and hopefully if the energy code keeps going that way, industry will pick up testing to allow that to be more of a mandatory, even if it is only for the ducts inside later in life. But at least at the current moment, it would be just an additional option for people that use ducts inside or ducts outside the thermal envelope as an option. I could support it that way.
Yeah, as an
I would
alternate.
be sorry. I'd be curious from the division if with, so it sounds like with chapter 11, from the division standpoint, we would meet the executive order without this testing, or is it something that would be needed?
So for the division, Mark Heiser, if it were based on current look and actually using an air leakage to the attic, I believe we looked at 5 air changes per hour to the exterior, and this would be reducing it to 3. We would still meet the requirements for the executive order. If it were turned into an option and to make testing the ductwork replace the second additional measure, we would fall short. That it's just there's a bigger difference in, we would have to come up with some other things for the people wishing to keep ductwork in the attic.
Okay, well, that's a non-starter then.
And we really couldn't, it's not an automatic replacement, because not every home that has ducts deeply buried is also going to have ducts outside the 10 feet, right?
That would be for the whole system. That would be.
I see.
One thought I have is, with our company, we build about 400 to 450 homes a year in Oregon. We use Measure 6 for everything, and we're not just passing, we're usually greatly exceeding that. We do R49 in the attic as a standard. We do a lot of R60 in flat ceilings where it works. If going to a deeper blow in the attic, so the ducting is buried even deeper, way beyond R19, would be an additional requirement. I would be in favor of that. Even saying that we blow R60 in every home, that would bury the ducting way beyond R19. I'm certainly in favor of making the homes more efficient. I just need to pencil out for our customers.
Thank you, Jamin. And there are some other alternative paths that are now and may be reviewed later for some other efficiency measures that are coming up from some proposals that we'll be hearing next week that might provide those alternate paths where you're doing better than code in some areas and making up for it in others. So there are methods and maybe more.
Would this be a good time for me to sort of circle around and make one last statement before we do thumbs ups and thumbs downs? Okay. Yeah. So this has to pencil out the value proposition for customers was brought up, and that's what we're talking about here, right? With I'll say something that probably stating the obvious. That do that a fair amount, I think. When we're deeply burying ducks, it's pretty unlikely that sealing is going to happen after that. They're costly things like AeroSeal, but like a lot of things with new construction, your first and best chance is to do it the first time. And if unlike some of the I'm not surprised that the builders here are the ones who are doing it right and have good performance out of their systems. If we have the situations where there are leaky ducts and there are condensation issues or just comfort issues of air not getting to where it needs to be, the thermostat is dialed but the air doesn't get there. I know those are callbacks and those are real costs to builders, to subs. So I would argue that there is value to the builder and to the customer in terms of reduced callbacks and potentially reduced energy bills respectively, but maybe more importantly in their eyes, comfort and less of a headache in dealing with those sorts of issues. So this is our first and best chance to seal those ducts up. And regarding the question about achieving the zero energy target, you want to talk about like increasing our certainty and the risks associated with uncertainty and error bars and things. This would really help dial in and give us increased certainty about some of our assumptions there. The 2017 or the study under the 2017 ORSC, the average leakage was 5.8 CFM 25. So that's sounded like Mark was using 5 in his assumptions. So I'm not certain how much folks want to assume the additional mastic component, how much impact that has between 2017 tested homes and where we're at now. But if we want to increase our certainty that we achieve our target, as well as make a good investment at the first and best time, I think this is a viable one. So this will be my last time making a stumping for this one. Thanks for hearing me on it. Appreciate it.
So I guess before we comment on what we want, Kevin, I guess myself and Jamin made a potential option to make it alternative. Sounds like from Mark, it would need some work to actually pencil out from a modeling standpoint. What one thing that people can do if you want to get that provision is you can ask us to table it and you can go do the modeling. We're going to be back in 2 weeks, right? Next week. So, if NEEA wanted to have it in there as an option, it sounds like the committee's open to that. We just need to get it to be something that would meet the executive order.
Okay, I lied. I guess I'll talk one more time. I think NBI's proposal that we mentioned, the points-based system that provides a lot more options, I think duct leakage rate is included there. So I think we already have that conversation lined up, just not in the context of my proposal.
On that, I would say from my vantage point, again, I support the idea of it. Unfortunately, especially what you're showing about the program homes and where they're meeting right now, which is similar to what the 2021 code is going to be, and just the added costs at a time wherein, home prices are getting out astronomical. I don't think we can justify it. So I won't be supporting it.
That's where I'm at as well. I mean, I hate to keep shutting down. I think, building the more energy efficient homes that we can, the better. But I also think that there's a balance and people can opt to do that. But as far as the code requiring it, the code just continues to get bigger and bigger and more complex. And I feel like we need to simplify, if anything, and adding costs at this time. I know our market housing prices are outrageous. And I just don't see the cost benefit analysis on this, such a small 10 feet of ductwork. So I will not be supporting this time.
I would echo, this is Rex, Carrie's thoughts on that. I guess, but if the majority wants to defer it to next week, I'd be okay with that as well.
Would also.
This is Adelie. I wouldn't support the amendment at this time either.
And this is Kevin. I'm neutral.
Are you positive?
I am neutral.
Jamin, I would not support it. I'd rather look at other options for the buried ducting later when we get to that item.
We are in just a general, maybe further later, but for now, looks like we're moving forward. So then let's move forward with, it's from Daikin USA about, have we noted this earlier about heat pump, or did I skip one again? Not turning over the right one. Oh, because there's a 10-foot tree. If you'll bear with us, everyone, we're making sure we've got the next. Yeah, and 1105.4.1. Oh, that one. Oh, let's ask Kevin. That aligns with additional measure. So just to let everyone know, under N1105.3, there was also the note about Kevin's additional measure, including ductwork. This had to do with this is it. It aligns. You don't do one without the other. So we will cover that one with the rest of the measure. They were added. They were part of the same piece. So we are going on to the heat pump controls proposal from Daikin USA. I don't know if David is here today. It's not a cost change, it's not a change in energy use. It's updating what the division put forward in the code was the 2021 IECC language. Daikin is then further modified to bring forward what's been passed for the 2024 code language. There's no real substantive difference between the two, just sort of how it's worded, but it's up to the committee whether they want to wait for the 2024 IECC IRC to be published or go now. It has moved through all committees, I believe now. It
should be in, I believe it's approved for publication. I don't recall the last notes on that.
Mark, this is Rex. How does that correspond with past practice within the division?
If it was helpful, we've thought about, we ask, is it currently being, in code? They worked with the group that put it in. If we would normally say, is this helpful? Does it provide additional clarity? Something like that. That would be when you go, yes, the code's fixing something that we had in broken. That either one of the options in front of you fixes 20-plus-year-old language that catching up with model code.
Just always think about unintended consequences of adopting something sort of out of alignment with the rest of the code. But I mean, if you're comfortable with it, I don't know. What do you want to do, Mark?
I wish to do the will of the committee.
This is Kevin Duell. The comment period for the residential portion of the 2024 IECC closed on Friday. So I don't think it's been approved. I think there's still possibilities of change from the main committee, but I don't know that this had any contention around it.
I think it's best to wait before we jump ahead where Oregon's already ahead of the game.
Any other comments?
I'm neutral on this one.
I'm also neutral.
I would generally support early adoption of things that are widely agreed upon and non-contentious by looked at by nationwide experts across lots of fields. That's generally the case, and specifically for this one, that would be my general inclination.
Looking at the provision, it looks like bullet 3 and 4 are not captured in the division's current language. So I don't know how often the vapor compression cycle malfunctions, but maybe that's why they find value in it. So I guess if that's the way the code's going anyway, there's nothing wrong with being ahead of schedule.
This is Kevin again, just a bit of commentary. If you think about it, if the vapor compression cycle malfunctions, that means it cannot meet the necessary load, which is incorporated in part 1 and also in the division's language where the heat pump compressor isn't meeting the heating load. If the thermostat malfunctions, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. Does that mean that the heat pump itself has to have controls internal to it so that when the thermostat fails, it just goes, boom, I'm going to go into resistance heat mode?
Yeah, and sadly, it may have that because I don't like my smart thermostat when it has issues, it chooses to heat at 65 degrees no matter what.
I guess I'm only seeing number 4 as an addition to the division language. And I'm wondering how important that is. I mean,
curiosity on that thermostat malfunction, is there a thermostat in the heat pump itself that measures temperature to keep it from burning up? I wonder if that's what they were referring to at this part.
Oh, perhaps. But it's not spelled out, so can't tell.
I feel like this is somewhat harmless. I'm kind of neutral. So we can wait.
I guess I'm suggesting that the division's language is
covering it.
Super close.
Yeah.
Nothing in language is preventing them to install controls that address thermostat malfunctions.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say I'll decide to wait until it's adopted, published in the next code cycle for us. Looking at it, nothing looks like it prevents them from having a thermostat malfunction control. So I guess at this point, I would just recommend we wait until the next code cycle.
I'd be in favor of that. Just, again, unintended consequences. Who knows what might happen at the 11th hour. I just found it personally.
The rest of group, hold off, thumbs up.
Hold off.
Okay. I think we're going to general, let's hold off on this one for later, keep the 2021 ICC language in there. No, yeah. Disapproved, disapproved, yeah. So.
We're not disapproving of it, we just don't want to adopt it. I just don't like it.
We're non-committal.
It wasn't him, it was us.
What is next? Do we want to? Mike, Mr. Moore, are you online today?
I am here, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Next co-proposal is about ventilation fan efficiency. The proposal is a modification to section N1105.6. There was since this had mostly to do with just fan application, there was a manual calculation performed looking at the differences in fan efficiency in different application that did provide a cost analysis that was available for people to review. The intent of this is looking at, of course, we require the whole house ventilation system. Some people are still using what we call a central fan integrated supply, CFI or CFIS. Well, I'll use CFIS because somehow it just keeps coming off my tongue every time I say it, is that you use the furnace to distribute the outdoor air. That's the fan that's pulling the air into the home. It's then exhausted through a balance system through a second exhaust fan that's interlocked. What they're asking is that the efficiency of the furnace motor, when it's in ventilation mode, that the amount of watts that go into the fan furnace per CFM of outdoor air moved. So is a minimum of 1.2 CFM of outdoor air pushed into the building for every watt of fan energy used by the fan furnace. If they can't meet it, then an independent supply fan, which is sort of our baseline, is having a fan pushing in, a fan pulling out. We looked at, so that's the proposal. We looked at it and about the controls and whole house ventilation. If someone is using the system 24/7, they're not going to pass as a CFIS system, and that is very inefficient. We looked at, it could be a little tricky about coming up with figures from an HVAC supplier or the installer to say, here's how I'm proving that it's 1.2. I'm running my furnace, say 15 or 20 minutes out of every hour. How they show that the efficiency works is our only, from a code official look, how to make that work. It is possible, but documentation will be a little tricky for some manufacturers. It does really align with what's currently in code, one of the several options of how to provide outdoor air. So it's, but it would be, for all intents and purposes, not allowing the furnace to run 24/7 to do that fan ventilation. So with general introduction, would the proponent like to address the group?
Yes, thank you, Mark. Thank you all for hearing this proposal. Mike Moore, Stater LLC, representing Broan-NuTone on this. And the proposal is just a carryover from language in the 2021 IECC residential side, and it's also been approved for the PC draft, public comment draft of the 2024 IECC. The Oregon language is just a little light on fan efficacy. It, as currently written in N1105.6, it just addresses bathroom exhaust fans and outdoor ventilation air supply fans shall be Energy Star certified. But when you're using a central fan integrated system like a furnace fan with that outdoor air duct connected to the return trunk, you can use several hundred kilowatt hours per year to provide the ventilation air and really take a huge fan penalty there, fan energy penalty, if that outdoor air efficacy is not being addressed. So this just carries over the IECC requirement of 1.2 CFM per watt of outdoor air for these systems and ensures that the code is aligned with that. You can meet this with a supply fan, Energy Star supply fan that's dedicated, or as Mark was saying, you can meet it with a central fan by doing something like turning your speed down, and at that point your fan is operating more efficiently. You can look in the AHRI database for, if you're trying to show that you comply with this, the AHRI database has the fan performance of all the models out there. They're listed with AHRI anyway. And you can go through there, and because federally they're required to meet certain efficiency levels, furnace fan efficiency levels, you can go in there and see the performance of the fan and get this information from there when it's operating in high speed at least. So this is a big energy savings measure. You don't have to introduce additional costs if your central fan is already meeting this and it's in alignment with the current code. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any
Yeah,
hands?
this is Kevin Duell. I'm noting that the language says an air mover, which I think is exactly the intent. In other words, not just a furnace, but it could be a heat pump air mover or any kind of air mover, not strictly a combustion appliance. And as I recall, one of the analyses of the prior code of NEEA indicated that, yes, this is a huge energy penalty without this kind of requirement. That is, if you're running your air mover 24/7, you will use a lot of energy.
This makes sense to me. It seems like not a big cost to gain some of those efficiencies.
I guess from my vantage point, I don't necessarily oppose the provision. I just know from a inspection jurisdictional standpoint, for single family homes, we don't do plan review for HVAC systems or anything like that. So from an inspection standpoint, really you're going to be getting, yes, it's still Energy Star. So while it's obvious there's various things that get put into code that are code minimums but aren't always verified. Likely that's the case in this one for most jurisdictions, is it will still get verified that it's Energy Star, but we might not be able to verify the calculation itself. So
That would be my concern as well on the inspection side, how that's verified. I'm not a fan of making somebody do something that we can't check just to make them do it. I'd be afraid that because every jurisdiction has different inspectors and different interpretations. And if this is a really tough one to provide documentation, is that going to make it hard on some builders in other jurisdictions if it's something that that's not plan reviewed or really looked at. So I'm not opposed to it. I just don't necessarily like things that we make people do, but we're not going to go verify that it's done. That's just my point of view.
And a question for Mark. You're saying that if you had this efficacy, that if the fan ran 24/7, you would not have savings. Is that right?
It wouldn't qualify. So
It wouldn't qualify.
Moving at, so when you're running your outdoor air ventilation system, whole house ventilation system, let's say your house is 50 CFM required for the 24/7 operation. If your fan furnace, fan or your air mover, I call anything that in the house the furnace, but okay, that is not going, the number of outdoor air CFM you're moving is only 50, but you're using a lot of watts, probably close to 200 watts to move that 50 CFM through. So you're nowhere near the 1.2 requirement in the code proposal. So what people have to do is do the reduced time of ventilation, but increase the amount. So then you take that and say move 20 CFM 20 minutes out of every hour, but it now becomes, you now need 150 CFM is what you're blowing of outdoor air. So now the watts are spread across 160 CFM. It's getting closer to that 1.2 CFM per watt out of your furnace fan. So it takes one of the systems where they have the controls that opens an outdoor air damper. It looks at alignment and then goes, yes, we're running fewer hours, and then can have a furnace that makes that efficiency level. So it's more or less saying it's a help that it's no longer letting someone, just turn their furnace on 24/7 to bring in outdoor air. You can still do that if it's your thermostat if you want, but you always have that fan switch to turn it on if you want. But it's the minimum code requirement for moving your whole house ventilation air. It would not be possible to do it on the 24/7 type smaller airflow. You would have to move a bigger outdoor airflow, less time.
Would that also be true for an ECM fan at low speed?
Even at, looking at the current furnace ECM motors, it would be very hard to get there. Yeah,
sure, because
they're much more efficient now with the new federal standards. Not going to quite get there on that. No.
But like you say, 50 CFM, you're going to be at less than that for watts, and that's tough. So, and I guess the alternative then would be to have a separate outside air fan that could be attached to the system.
That is essentially base. Now it would be to have an intake fan blowing in and an exhaust fan going out is one of the ways that's currently being done. This is just, if you're going to continue to use your furnace, it does need that outdoor air controller that would let a lot more air in and less operation per hour. Thanks.
So if I'm hearing you right, then you really can't meet this requirement unless you do the timed approach, because there are no air movers that could meet this on their own if they're running all the time.
I see Mike's hand going up. There are, but
yeah, just to respond to that, the modeling that I did was based on minimum federally compliant fan motor. So to your point, Kevin, that minimal compliance is at high speed. So if you turn that speed down, you can get much higher efficiency out of it, and you could get better fan motors than the minimally compliant as well. So potentially you could run into a scenario where if you're pulling enough outdoor air in and running at a low enough speed, so basically you just size your outdoor air duct has a large diameter, very low static pressure drop across it, and you're pulling in your 50 CFM on medium speed or low speed for an ECM, you might be able to get to the point where you run it continuously. So the designers have different options. They could do that at basically no cost other than controls and how you configure the system, or you can go ahead and specify a separate supply ventilation system as well.
I guess what I'm hearing is this language adds another option for ventilation fan efficiency, because right now it's either, or it is just an exhaust fan and a dedicated outdoor ventilation supply fan, and that's it.
Well, currently CFI systems are permitted, as I understand it, and I think there's some guidance on specifying those, but there's no limitation to how they're configured or to their efficacy.
Oh, okay.
So this is just saying that if you do this, you have to hit this minimum efficacy.
Gotcha. I mean, it sounds challenging to enforce, but I'm hearing you on the methodology.
And I'm happy to work with the division on some language on users' guides about enforcement, if that's helpful following up on this.
I think it makes sense that it's a lot more efficient to have a specific fan as part of your system than running your whole furnace all day.
Yeah, the mechanics of it are getting a little above my head, but I'm hearing more energy efficiency and potentially no additional cost on homeowners. So that makes sense to me, you know, despite the issues of how much we can get in there to enforce it.
Clarification. Their analysis did show that there was increased cost in certain cases.
Up to what is the price that we're looking at? Did I see $150?
Increase $150 with a payback of 2.5 to 6.3 years.
Correct. Yeah, the payback analysis was looking at kind of the worst case scenario of specifying a totally different system instead of just configuring your controls to get that efficacy.
Oh, the quickest paybacks we've seen.
It is. I was going to say that. I actually like it. It seems like it's been a very neglected section for a while, and it needs to kind of, you know, be more in alignment with the efficiency that Chapter 11 is trying to go for. I agree with what Adelaide said and I believe Jonathan or somebody else said it. How do you enforce this? How do you regulate it? But there's a fair amount of things we can't see everything, right? Or permits would be really expensive. So any guidance to that I would appreciate, but otherwise I'm in favor of
it. Yeah, I would agree with Elizabeth on the, you know, enforcement piece. I would imagine that between this being approved for the 2021 IECC and more states picking that up, you know, some of the local, you know, some of the states nearby in the region, you know, are already there or are moving there. Plus the industry overall, you know, seeing that as the standard, I would have to imagine that industry is going to get to that target anyway. So lack of compliance is probably going to become a very small issue, and that'll only help the, you know, what small additional cost there is now. You would expect that to only get better over time as well, as that becomes like the floor that that an industry provides based on the new 2021 standard. That'll become more and more the baseline. So I support this one.
The controls we're talking about, or that Mark was talking about, are those common?
I believe Honeywell and a couple of other companies have controllers that are available, and you would probably be having this anyway, even if you did the CFIS system just to turn it on and off. But the better controllers for looking at the time option, there are a few, and I think there are more coming out. But I think Mr. Moore can address that.
That's correct. There's several manufacturers who provide CFI systems that you can control the runtime, and you just have to program in the amount of outdoor air that you're providing, and then they'll go ahead and do the calculations automatically and set you up that way.
Could a user defeat that, make it run 24/7?
Yes, the user can defeat anything.
Why do you think we have codes?
Right.
This is Rex. I could support this. I don't see a lot of downside to it, so.
I support it too.
You sold me.
Else for seeing general, I guess, ish, thumbs up, ish, all around. Looking for any downish thumbs. Okay, not seeing any of those. All right. This one is on a move forward. And since we have taken an 8 extra minutes of your time, we'll make this the last one we looked at today and see everyone next week. I will turn it over to our host here.
But that's it. Bye. Okay. No, thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, nice to meet you all. See you
Yeah.
next
Meet
week.
you.
Bye.
See you next week.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.